drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, Gen X. Good to see you. Don't see anyone else yet, but that's okay. We took a day off yesterday. How is Mrs. Points? Mrs. Points has pneumonia, unfortunately, but Mrs. Points is on double antibacterials, whatever you call them, antibiotics, 2 antibiotics, and she's on a nebulizer, and her fever broke. So the good news is that while Mrs. Points does not feel great, she is on the mend. It's not something that she has to stay hospitalized for, so she should be all right. The also good news is I woke up a little bit early. I did dads with donuts with dad, something like that. And so I woke up a little bit early. I had some coffee from a box. I ate some Krispy Kreme donuts, 1 1/4 donuts to be clear. And then I watched my son play for, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So all in all, exhausted, but, having fun anyways. And, I love seeing my boy have a good time. So it's all good. And what else was I going to say? Goblin Studio says, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Tiger says, what's up, homie? Nothing. Just getting my butt kicked by the proverbial world. But what else is new? That's what everybody does. That's what everybody wakes up and gets their butt kicked by the proverbial world. So I can't complain any more than anybody else. So that's life. That's life. So if we're not popping off in chat, if there isn't people being like, oh my God, this happened, you need to talk about this, you need to talk about that, then we'll probably just roll into the content, to be honest. I am excited. I'm excited for a variety of reasons. What was I thinking? So it looks like I can't give any details, but it looks like Valor Media Network will be extending into the new year. Looks like I can't give any details, but it looks like there are some things that aren't necessarily seen on the front end that have been very good on the back end. And then we're reorganizing again. I mean, we're a young channel. I think we've only been around since April. So they're still figuring it out. They're still figuring out the back end stuff, but it looks like we're going to be entering into a partnership next year. No specific details, no specific names, but it looks like we're going to be entering into a partnership this next year that's going to allow us to continue. So it looks like I will have reliable employment, hopefully for the foreseeable future. And then realistically, you guys have been so nice to me. I can't imagine being anywhere else. So I appreciate it. Gen X says, I used to do PR for Krispy Kreme and gave out thousands of donuts and boxes of coffee for years. That sounds like an awesome job. I know it would probably get old after a while, right? Like after a while, you probably get used to the smell. You probably get too used to eating too many donuts. You can feel your blood sugar climbing up a little bit too high. So I'm sure after a while that job got old, but I'm sure, especially in the beginning and maybe in the middle, there was a little bit of a honeymoon phase where you were like, dang, I get to go sling donuts and coffee. This is sick. Like there was probably a honeymoon phase, even if it burnt out after a while. Fashion 40 says, good morning, Coggers. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. So this started out with the Destiny content started out with a interesting abortion debate that we only kind of got into. And then realistically, I had a drawing that I forgot I did, and I pulled it up halfway through the content. We only made it about 5 minutes, 10 minutes into the Destiny content. So I'm going to give it its own shot. Okay. I'm going to start it. I'm going to do its own dedicated content segment. And then what I figured too, I watched some of my own content. I don't really like watching my own content because I already know what I said, right? I already know what I said. I said what I said. So why would I be interested in what I said? I think what I said. I said what I said. But I think that it's probably important to watch yourself in order to give feedback. And I would be curious what chat thinks. What I noticed about what I was talking about, I didn't really have too much criticism of what I said. However, there was this presumption. There was this presumption that the audience kind of knew what I was talking about. And I know that I can yap. That's not the concern. The question is whether or not I gave a solid enough, concise overview so that chat was tracking with me. And just as an example, we were talking about like Trump and Epstein. And I just kind of presumed that chat knew why I thought Trump was guilty, why Epstein was bad. And I'm assuming that as like politically plugged in people, you guys probably do know a healthy chunk of that stuff. But I figured for a new person, they might be totally lost because I just presumed, oh, this is why he's guilty. Oh, this is why he's guilty. And I didn't explain it. So I'm actually asking you, I'm kind of asking you, do I need to be, if I was to give myself feedback, I simultaneously need to be more concise, but I also need to paint a broader narrative in a more concise way. So I'm interested to see how you guys think about that self-criticism. Brutally Honest says, awesome valor. I know, right? I know. Gen X says, oh, I ate donuts daily. I was young and fit and one of the most popular people in Baton Rouge. I handed out 300 to 500 donuts at LSU tailgates and radio giveaways and stuff. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you were locally famous. Tagring says, was this when you were describing Hunter Biden's wang? No, that's not. That's not what I was talking about. And by the way, even if my feedback to myself is be concise, but give a better summary, I know that we have discussed Hunter Biden's wang at length. And so therefore, there should not be a single cogger who has any misconception about my perception of Hunter Biden or his wang. Okay. Fashion 40 says, I think it's a good idea. It'll explain why the regulars are always debating newer viewers or smacksters. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, because maybe it's because I have a bunch of veterans, right? You guys have been with me from the start. So you're kind of like, oh yeah, Connor's going on another stupid rant. I already know where he's going with this. Whereas the noobs might not know what I'm talking about. And so there's this presumption. And then also I'm quite verbose. So I'm being verbose about something that I haven't even properly summarized. So I don't know. That was my self-criticism. Hunter Biden and his massive hog for 2028. All right, you guys are trying to trigger me already. Try to get me mad already. Hey, Jonahzilla, good to see you. All right. Let me chug a little bit of water and then we're gonna get cracking. But I parasocially love you. I missed you yesterday. It was a busy day yesterday, but I missed you yesterday. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let me go ahead and do an intro and we'll get cracking. Let me go ahead and do a present. Let me add in some audio with the entire screen. Let me add it to screen. Let me take it away. And let's do an intro. Tigering says, I think sometimes you were thinking out loud and that process is what we're here for. Not sure that verbal exploration is a weakness. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. TS Phantom says, hope your wife is doing okay. She's okay. She's, like I said, she's on double antibiotics and a nebulizer and her fever broke. So all in all, she's obviously jacked up, feels terrible, but she's on the mend. And then, sorry, somebody else said something. Bud123 says, hey, I took yesterday off from the gym and I plan to go back today to do leg day. Oof. Fashion 40 says, miss the coggers and you. Focus Lady says, I appreciate your sense of humor when covering controversial issues. Well, thank you, Focus Lady. I appreciate you. I appreciate your appreciation, all right? Patriarch says, hey, right back at you, Patriarch. Good to see you. All right, anyways, I know people are funneling in, but I'm going to go ahead and get cracking. And trust me, you guys know me. I always respond to my chat. So, it's not like we're going to do anything. Patriarch, I just answered that, but I'll answer it again just because I know we got people coming in. So Mrs. Points has had pneumonia. And on Wednesday, the reason why we ended a little bit early was because she was breathing. Okay, she was breathing and she could hear in her own ribs like crackling, like the snap crack of like mucus, kind of like cracking apart, dried mucus in her lungs, kind of like cracking apart. I'm pretty sure that's a symptom of pneumonia. So she went and she got x-rays and of course she had pneumonia. So she had fluid filling her lungs. And so they gave her a double antibiotics and they gave her a nebulizer. So she was on that. Was it Wednesday night? She was on that Wednesday night and on Thursday day. And then I was Mr. Mom yesterday. So I was just running around with the kids. I took them to the library. I took the oldest to school. I took the youngest to the library. We hung out for a few hours, picked up the oldest from the school. Then we went to the park for a few hours. Then we made dinner. Then I cleaned up the house. Then we went to bed. So overall, like still a pretty good day. Like I'm exhausted, but we had a pretty good day. And then her fever broke because she did have a fever at that time. So, her fever breaking is kind of an indication that she's on the mend. And then she's still doing the nebulizer and the double antibiotics. But realistically, we would be more concerned if her fever was still going on and if she couldn't breathe and if she was stuck in bed and if she couldn't help take care of the kids. But she seems to feels like crap, but she's still working with it. Best wishes to Miss Valor. Thank you, Brutally Honest. Appreciate you. I had a fisheries commission meeting yesterday that was packed. Fights between commercial and recreational fishermen are so fun. I missed yesterday. No problem. Late and underslept and continue to choose violence. That's most of us. Late and gay. Focus Lady says all the best to Mrs. Points. I'm glad she didn't get pleurisy. Yep. Nope. Should be good. Should be good. Did Connor cover the Destiny immigration stuff? No. Tell me more, Officer Nasty. I'm a little bit behind, but I think what I need to do, so to strike a balance, sorry, I know I just said that I was going to start the content, but then chat started popping off a little bit. So what I think I need to do, this is another self thing of feedback, is Chud Logic. Okay. I know some of you don't like him. I know that a lot of people might not like him. But what he does do, and he's a successful drama streamer, is he goes through narrative arcs. And I think that one of my flaws, maybe it's a flaw that you like, but one of my flaws is I'm a dog chasing cars. I just wake up and whatever's hot, that's what we do. So if Nick Fuentes talked to Tucker Carlson, that's what we break down. If Destiny did the Virginia tech debate, that's what we break down. If somebody freaked out on the Pierce Morgan show, that's what we break down. And so we're kind of like a dog chasing cars whenever we wake up, and we're just looking for the hottest content of the day. And I have no problem with that because, frankly, that's typically what's going to metrically do best. However, I think what's missing is like a coherent narrative. But what Chud Logic does is oftentimes he'll go onto arcs. So he'll cover everything, but he'll have a beat that he wants to hit over and over and over again. And so that beat, for instance, will be Dark Viper AU is a schizophrenic lolcow who doesn't understand the internet. And so there'll be a bunch of Dark Viper AU content. Xander Hall, no offense to Xander Hall, but his perspective on Xander Hall is Xander Hall has been white knuckling his Twitch and YouTube political commentary career for years now. He's always been on the verge of death. He's on the verge of financial ruin, and yet he still hilariously clings to life. That's his narrative about Xander Hall. And so what happens is you kind of have this narrative arc that goes through multiple VODs. And if somebody in particular dislikes that character, then they kind of have like a thematic and narrative arc to go through a series of content. And so just thinking about like what's in the zeitgeist right now, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but what's going on is there's a battle for the soul of the left. I think you guys have seen me cover that, and intentionally or unintentionally, I think I've picked up on that and you've picked up on that. The question is, Democrats have gotten schlacked politically so much over the past decade in ways that they realistically shouldn't have. What is the future of the Democratic Party? Should they be more progressive and more economically redistributive? Should they embrace socialism and social democracy in the Scandinavian model, along with progressive social policies? Or should they be more moderate, more capitalist, more mixed economy, lower taxes, et cetera, et cetera? What direction should the Democratic Party go through? And that's the spiritual fight between Hutch and Live and Learn, Destiny and Hassan, Zoran Mamdani versus Andrew Cuomo. That's kind of the spiritual fight on the left. Well, on the right, they're going through a similar circumstance, but it's kind of a more scary thing, where with the right wing, the spiritual battle is how far right wing are we going to go? Because MAGA is already pretty far right wing and they're jacking up a bunch of policies. So you can already criticize the Trump administration and all of its cronies and all of its enablers as is right now. But just as an example, within the past week, I would say, The conversation between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and the normalization of Nick Fuentes in mass media that's happened within the past week, that's a big story on the right. That's caused a civil war. The Daily Wire, the more Ziocon, the more supportive of Israel, supportive of the international status quo, the more the neocons, they're really upset that Nick Fuentes has been normalized within the conservative talking space. But at the same time, they can't stop it. They don't have enough power to stop it. And so there's kind of like this tension. For instance, the Heritage Foundation, that guy came out and said, oh, well, we're never severing relations with Tucker Carlson. He's too good of a guy. We love him. And then they had to walk that back within 48 hours because people were like, oh, you didn't realize how big of a piece of shit Nick Fuentes was. And so there's a tension right there where the Heritage Foundation is effectively taking it from both sides. They're taking it from the Ziocons. They're taking it from the neoconservatives. They're taking it from the social conservatives. They're taking it from the moderate conservatives. But then also, they're also taking it from the far right, which they want to cater to because the far right has, while small, has a lot of digital media presence, has a lot of social media presence, has a lot of clout, has a lot of energy. And so that's the fight on the right. And so anyways, the point is that like having those two narratives go on simultaneously, I think I could do a better job of cutting a narrative through line through both of those dramas. Excuse me. Gen X says immigration as in Pixie marrying someone for citizenship. I don't give a fuck about that. Okay, can I cop to a crime real quick? Can I cop to a crime? Can I cop to a crime? So in the military, there are plenty of people who marry not because they're in love, but because there are benefits to being married. You get to live out on town. Okay, so hold on. I need to set this up even more. When you're in the barracks and you are by yourself, you effectively will have 2 or 3 roommates throughout the first 4 years of your career. So that means that there's 2 or 3 dudes in a room sharing a shower, sleeping in bunk beds, brushing teeth, shaving all in the same sink. And then not only do you have 2 or 3 roommates, like the max you'll have is 4, but realistically it's like 2 or 3. So not only do you have 2 or 3 roommates that you share bunk beds like you're 12, you shave, shit, and shower in the same facilities every single week, but also what happens is on a weekly basis, you deep clean your barracks. And then on a multi-weekly basis, especially in Okinawa, Japan, people will literally kick in your door. They will unlock your door, they will open it up, and they will kick it like they're clearing a room for an infantry operation. And then they'll storm your room and they'll be like, hey, why is this messed up? Why is this messed up? And they'll walk around your room just like touching things to see if there's dust on it. They'll open up cabinets and be like, why isn't this organized? And they'll fuck with you, especially when you're a lower rank. And so on top of the 1 weekly guaranteed deep clean, random senior personnel might come into your home and make you deep clean multiple times per week. That doesn't happen to married couples because married couples are either living in apartments on base, they're living in houses on base, or they're living out on town in an apartment that they pay for that the government pays for because they're married. If you get married, they give you an extra $1,500 a month. So anyways, there's plenty of people who get married, and I don't give a fuck. There's plenty of people who get married just for the benefits. They just marry their girlfriend. I think since Don't Ask, Don't Tell was repealed, there was plenty of bros who got gay married together, even though they never had gay sex and they never kissed the homies. I don't give a fuck about that. I straight up do not care. If there was a chick who wanted to move here, but she couldn't move here, and the visa process was delayed, and she asked Pixie, like, hey man, I really want to stay, but I can't. And Pixie was like, you know what? Who cares? I'll gay marry you a little bit. I don't give a fuck. I straight up, I could not give a fuck less. I really don't give a fuck. Sorry. Maybe I should care, but I don't care. Tagring says it's the ADHE wild shaman method. True, that is my method. Didn't know if it's too drama or if it was political enough. Yeah, I'm sorry that I went on a 10-minute rant, but I legitimately don't care. I think having a narrative builds a channel identity. I agree. Anonymous chatter for 20. Thank you, King. Thank you to all the Oilers, by the way. Thank you to Grassroots. Thank you to Patriarch. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Christian Blaris. Thank you to Dr. Zayas. Thank you to Gen X. Not only did we have a good week overall, but also you guys, I think cumulatively, for a guy who needed $2,000 worth of medical bills covered, Mr. Solidus, I think we raised around $900 for him. And we're like a super small channel. So the fact that we were able to do that, I'm going to check and see how his GoFundMe is going. Oh, where's Solidus? Let me take a look at it. Yeah, 950. Take a look at this shit. I mean, I'm just going to link it in chat. You guys have already oiled me. You've already oiled him. So do not feel compelled to do anything either way. I don't care. But I'm just going to share this in chat if it's a clickable link for you guys. This is a gentleman whose shoulder is jacked up. He's a working class fella. He can't afford his medical deductible. We're helping him cover his medical deductible. Cumulatively, between his friends and family and our community, out of a $2,000 deductible, we raised $950. And that was one day of fundraising. So seriously, I parasocially love you guys and thank you for supporting not just me financially and with your viewership, but thank you for supporting King Solidus. You can make anything fit a narrative and run with it. You just can't lie. I won't. I'll say whatever stupid shit is in my brain. I promise you that. I got crappy sleep last night. I need to stop drinking coffee late in the day past 2 a.m. Correct. Nick Fuentes won the soul of the right. Not yet. He's working on it, though. Heritage Foundation will probably have a change of leadership before December. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not into Heritage Foundation politics. I don't know how big of a struggle session it really is. I think having a channel narrative is better than being the dog that got out and caught the car every day. Messaging is important. It gives you an identity and puts you in a place to grow an audience you chase. Yes, I'm with you. That's some of my self-criticism. My self-criticism is I don't disagree with anything I said in the 2 segments that I watched of my own content. I don't like watching my own content just because I already know what I said. But I don't disagree with anything I said. But I think I presumed that the audience already knew all the stuff I knew. And then I think having a narrative through line would help. I'm willing to marry someone for their citizenship. Yep. Cheaper than a Trump gold card. True. Because they are under duress. Lol. Hey, Jen. Hi, Patriarch. Dems should maybe try for more base reasonable solutions instead of being ideologically driven. Listen to the actual peasants for a change. Never mind, because everyone's bought and paid for anyways. I mean, brutally honest. Being brutally honest right there. Some of those dudes will have never gotten married if there wasn't a person who really needed to get into America or off base or health insurance. Yep. I just didn't know how you felt about Destiny arguing against marriage for benefits after he did it with Melina. He said on stream he only married her when he did for benefits, which, by the way, I don't even necessarily believe. I think that there was, to a degree, that Melina and Steven wanted to be together. But I think that purely from like a financial standpoint, they probably wouldn't have gotten married if they could get the same benefits without being married. Beck says, yes, I almost got a fake convenience marriage to get out of the barracks field day and fuck games. Yep. Bex was a Marine as well. Gay homies who aren't actually gay. Yeah, bro. It was Chuck and Larry. Have you guys ever seen Chuck and Larry? It's a movie about firefighters in New York. It's a comedy with Adam Sandler and the guy from King of Queens. And what was I thinking? They get fake gay married and then they get in trouble. But through their fake gay marriage, they come to appreciate actually gay people. It's a very thousands movie. Go scrub this tax discussion VOD from 2 years ago. I don't remember. You genuinely think he only married Melina for tax benefits? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. He still loved her and wanted to be with her. Yeah. Yeah. There just might have been obvious advantages to the tax situation. But he's still married for a tax break. Weird to say others can't and try to get them deported. Yeah, I think it's silly. I think it's vindictive. This is why I've kind of said the turn the other cheek thing. I know that that's like cringe and lame to all you pagan eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, Old Testament people. But legitimately, like, Stephen's relationships would be better if he was just like, you know what? I fucked up. I did something crazy. I don't think that the punishment that people want to mete out to me is worth the crime. However, I know that Pixie's upset and she's being a vindictive B word about it. Boom. So as a result, I'm not going to freak out and I'm not going to try to destroy her life. Now, I understand that he's like dealing with infinitely more stress than I am. in reference to the topic, because I'm not the person being sued. But I think if you had a more reciprocal attitude, less of this shit would happen anyways. So trying to prove love in every marriage is as stupid as pregnancy registries. True. Y'all be good in the North Carolina mountains getting sloshed. Nice. Nice and Patty. Y'all be good. I'm up in the North Carolina mountains getting sloshed. That's so based. That is so based. Yeah, Tagring says turning the other cheek is a strategy for a happier, less angry life. I mean, I agree. I think so. Anyways, let's do an intro, get into content. I parasocially love you guys. Let's do it. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. We're going to be breaking down Steven at the Virginia Tech campus, debating a bunch of college bros. He's carrying the torch of Charlie Kirk, debating random schizos about political topics. I think it goes from abortion to foreign policy to the Trump administration. We'll be pausing intermittently and breaking it down. Let's go.
We're blowing up boats that we know have narcotics on them.
Nobody knows that because nobody's proven that.
That's
The war crimes.
Doubt.
Like, I feel like if Jesus Christ came back to life right now and showed up in society, like, conservatives would kill themselves if they had to listen to this guy talk. I think Candace Owens is going to be the poster child for uncontrolled schizophrenia in like 2 or 3 years when people realize she's completely lost her fucking mind. I have the most unpopular take ever that everyone hates about me for this.
Really?
There is no client list. There is no black book. All of the Epstein shit is bullshit. Well, didn't you consent to that being stolen because they stole because you had it in your dorm?
I'm not falling for your traps.
It's not a trap.
It is
It's
a trap. You're
hypothetical.
literally trying to get me. That's incredible. Can I shake your hand though? Come on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't kill me.
Awesome.
All right, how's it going? What's your name?
Good. My name's Nate. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my first time debating. Just want to let you know.
Okay,
I have
cool.
an opening argument I'd like to start with.
Yeah, go for it.
The Unfuck America tour is about identifying what responsibilities we have as individuals to keep society functioning. So I want to ask about parental responsibility. We agree the fetus is a living human organism. We also agree parents have the legal obligation to sustain their child's life once it's born, even at great inconvenience. So my question is, why does that obligation only begin after birth if the same child exists before birth? What changes morally, not physically?
It's an abortion debate.
Yeah.
Are you religious?
Yes, sir. I'm Christian.
So I think that one of the difficult things in our society, it's a difficult thing, but it's the thing that makes it great, is we have the ability for a lot of different people to live with a lot of different rule sets, but we can kind of all come together and agree on a particular set of laws, which are like our codified rules that we have to follow, right? So you don't have to legally go to church, and it's not illegal to lie to your sister, but like you can't murder people or steal things, generally speaking. So abortion is one of those issues that it like creeps at the very like outer perimeter of acceptable disagreements, I think, because from the religious perspective, you're literally killing an innocent child, and then from the I guess from the pro-choice perspective, you're basically the argument is you're forcing a woman to be an incubator for something that might be harmful to her for 9 months.
Can I rebuttal?
Yeah, sure. I was summarizing both sides. I'm gonna give my argument. Yeah, but go.
Actually, no.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think the entire thing boils down to like when does a fetus gain personhood or moral consideration? I feel like reasonable minds can disagree on that. I think it's very hard to make the argument, even intuitively, that like a single-celled zygote possesses all the same personhood status and moral worthiness as an ordinary, like fully grown human being or like a child or anything out of the womb. Like given like a petri dish with 10 children, would you save that or 2 like babies? Intuitively, most people would choose the babies. Yeah, so I feel like there's healthy room for disagreement there between like pro-choice and pro-life people, such that the right should probably be protected. Go ahead.
I think that's instinctively correct. And just to kind of illustrate that argument, I already drew this last time. Pro-life, all of this is protected as a human being with moral worth. And we kind of drew terribly the stages of development. So we got a fertilized egg. We have a zygote. We have a really like a viable fetus, I suppose. And then we have an infant. And so they say all the way back to the zygote is where they're deserving of moral consideration and protection. Whereas what a lot of pro-choice people say is that the autonomy of the woman is so important that technically you can do an abortion at any stage, because even if you have a viable fetus or a baby about to be born, a fetus that's about to be born, the motherly autonomy trumps all those considerations. And I think that's bullshit, obviously. So I wrote this down. My abortion centrism is that once a capacity for pain proto-consciousness is formed, that should be protected as a new human life, and the potential human life also has moral worth, but that should be cultural, not legal. And so for me, a fertilized egg does have some moral worth, maybe just not as much moral worth as a fully developed fetus. And then once you have, I think around like 18 weeks or whatever is when the central nervous system and the capacity for pain really takes off. I would put my limitation around 18 weeks. And I think 22 weeks is viability. And I think I haven't really gotten a lot of flack from chat in reference to this. So I'm going to leave that here and let them to continue to argue. But I'm also going to draw a drawing about female autonomy, because I actually think male autonomy and female autonomy are completely different. And abortion/birth control is what gives women actual, true social sexual autonomy. So thought it was 24 weeks for viability. Not anymore. I think they had a 21 and a half week old child that survived. Earliest child ever born and survived. 21 weeks. Nash was born so extremely premature that he was the first to do it as a gestational age and live. He was born at 21 weeks exactly. The previous Guinness World Record was 21 weeks and 2 days. He just kept fighting and he stayed with us, said Nash's dad. So Nash was born at 21 weeks and survived. And by the way, like, look at a 21-week-old fetus. I'm sorry. That's a baby. Okay? That's a baby. Just because it's skinny and small and, might not have fully formed lungs and all that bullshit, doesn't mean it's not a baby. It's a baby. So maybe don't chop that up and throw it in the trash. Just from me to you, okay? Anyways, I'm going to draw something else.
Go ahead. What's your...
Yeah, so I would just argue that the human is constantly developing, even past inside the womb and outside the womb. So you can't morally or like even legally justify killing inside just as you wouldn't outside. So because they're still in constant development, like they haven't even hit puberty yet, their brain hasn't fully developed. And I would argue, I know that you can't carry it like an incubator. I would argue that parents are legally required to sustain the life of their children, even when it requires sacrifice, pain, and loss of bodily autonomy, especially since consent to the act that creates a human being is consent to the responsibility for that human being. And we already enforce that after birth, so why not before birth?
Well, I would argue the obligation you have to work and provide for a child is significantly different than having something tied to your body or inside your body. Even if there is an obligation that exists, I think it's fundamentally, I would say, it's a different type of obligation for the first part. And then on the second part, I guess when we say like humans are developing throughout their lives, that's kind of true, but like in a way, there's a lot of like metabolic development that happens after we die as well. But like, what is the cutoff point in your mind for when a human being like is no longer treated as a human being? Like, when does it transition from human being to corpse? What's that cutoff point for you?
Going back to what you said at the beginning of that statement, I would disagree, and I would say that the difference in degree of burden is not a difference in the kind of obligation that a parent has for their child.
I mean, I think fundamentally, I think it is, right? Like, for instance, we can say that, well, like, parents have an obligation to take care of their children, but the state would never compel a parent to donate a kidney to their child, right?
No, but that's completely different. The parents knew that when you have sex, there's a chance that you're going to have a kid, and that.
Yeah, but when you have a kid, isn't there a chance they could have kidney failure?
That is irrelevant to the fact that when you do have.
Well, how's it irrelevant?
This is where I think this guy gets stumbled up because he has his talking points and he's walking through it. But this is actually why I enjoy debate, by the way. The reason why I enjoy debate is because this guy thinks like he's doing shower arguments, bro. He's getting ready. He thinks like, man, this is like a killer argument. We're responsible for kids after they develop and after they're born. So why wouldn't we be responsible for them before they're born? And realistically, it's because of the arguments that Steven's brought up, and he's not really ready for them. And so just as an example, if we're testing the hypothetical that every human, whether it's a zygote, a fertilized egg, a 21-week child, a 16-week fetus, or a born child or an adult, all of them have some level of moral consideration. Okay. And by moral consideration, what I mean is we should consider whether or not destroying that life is good or bad. And we add on all of these extra caveats. So, for instance, like, is killing an adult human being wrong? Yeah. Is killing Hitler, Osama bin Laden, Pol Pot, or Joseph Stalin morally right? Yes. And it's because of all these external variables that we add on to the scenario. And so this guy thinks that he has this, like, this really solid line of argumentation, but there's very clearly moral nuance. So for instance, arguably, a born child is a baby. And I think some people, including some psychotic lefties, have argued, well, they don't even have the capacity for memory up until 2 or 3 years old. So realistically, like, if they experience pain, it doesn't matter. Like I think Denham's TV made that argument. Totally stupid argument, but who gives a shit? If you're using that logic and you had the option between 1,000 fertilized eggs and one baby, and there was a house fire and you could only save one, either 1,000 zygotes or a living, breathing baby, I think 99% of people would save the baby. And the reason why is because we intuitively understand that the baby has a conscious experience, it has a capacity for pain, and it's more complex. Therefore, we give more moral weight to the living, breathing baby, even though 1,000 fertilized eggs could become 1,000 living, breathing babies. Like, I think we just understand that intuitively. So that's where this guy's argument kind of fails, because logically, he's like, oh, I'm a pro-life guy. I love babies. I don't want any babies to die ever. But if you were to pose this hypothetical to him, unless he was being like a debate autist, I think that he would easily say, in a house fire, only able to save one, he would save the living, breathing baby over 1,000 zygotes. Anyways, continuing as I draw.
It can happen, right?
I think we're getting a little bit off topic.
Well, no, I think
there's multiple strains you can go down, but I think
hold on, be clear.
The main fact is that legally and morally, we have an obligation as parents, if we choose to have kids, to help sustain them before and after.
I agree, but my argument is that fundamentally that's a different type of obligation, and you seem to think that they're just like on the same.
It's not a different type of obligation.
Yeah, but then my retort to that is you would never like demand a parent sacrifice some part of their body for a child, even legally today. That would never be the obligation. But with pregnancy, it's more.
You can't use that as a difference because they are bringing human life into the world, and they chose to do that. So you can't just use abortion as a get out of jail free card and not take that responsibility for something that they chose to happen.
Well. Okay, there's a lot. I think there's a lot of really telling language there. But just going back to the thing, like if you have sex and you have protective measures, there's still the chance you can get pregnant, right? Mm-hmm. So you're doing everything you can to prevent it, but you can still get pregnant. So, like, arguably, are you still consenting to that pregnancy happening? I mean, I think you would argue yes, there's still a chance. But then I just don't know why that wouldn't logically carry through to there's a chance your child could have kidney failure. Why shouldn't you have the obligation? Do you think a parent should have an obligation, a moral and legal obligation to donate a kidney to their child?
I think we're just going to agree to disagree.
Wait, well, no, what do you think you answer that question?
I answered this. If you're compatible with your child and giving away your kidney will not kill you, I think that if your child is dying of kidney failure, it is your job to give them the kidney. Now, whether or not the state should be able to compel you to give the kidney, I think is a different matter, where pointing a gun at someone and saying, hey, you have to give up a body part to save another human life, I don't know if that's something that we should instantiate in law. So I think that's another like moral, cultural thing versus legal thing. I don't think we should set the precedent that the state can point a gun at you and say, hey, you have to give up a vital organ or give up an organ. But I do think it's okay to make the argument like, yeah, it's good. It's good if you do so.
If your child has kidney failure, should a parent be legally compelled to donate a kidney to their child?
It was a pleasure to speak with you, but I don't think you're going to be able to answer my question.
Why can't you answer the question?
Well, because you're going off track.
I'm not off track. Wait, to be clear, it's not okay. Hold on. Yeah, it's a comparison of like I understand your argument. You're saying that there is an obligation to take care of a child once it's born. Mm-hmm. So why can't that same obligation exist before they're born? And I'm arguing that the type of obligation that you're arguing for supersedes dramatically the post-birth obligation. And you're arguing
it doesn't. It's consistent.
I know you keep saying that, but when I'm trying to test it with a hypothetical, you refuse to entertain the hypothetical. Like, there's no other post-birth obligation that you can give that requires you to sacrifice a part of your body for a child. Like, you wouldn't be compelled to give even blood. I think giving blood would be way less burdensome than.
Patriarch says, is viability even relevant if a miscarried zygote could be put into a Star Wars back to tank and then would develop into a child? Would we ban abortion outright? I would. I would. Because effectively what you're saying is there's a potential human life that we could bring into being, and I view being and being human as good. And so as a result, if a woman was like, oh, well, I don't want it, then I would say, well, you can't abort it and just throw the zygote in the trash. You have to take the zygote out and put it in back to tank. Excuse me. Grassroots says, if someone can keep a 3-minute-old fertilized egg viable outside of their parent with all kinds of cool science stuff, does that change the calculus? I mean, I think I just answered that question. For me, it does. I think life is good. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like I wake up every single day and I'm like, this is tight. Dude, even if I was ugly as shit, even if I was more poor than I am right now, even if I didn't have kids, even if society totally sucked ass more than it does right now, I still think life is cool. If you gave me the option between mindless oblivion and living as a medieval peasant, I would still choose living as medieval peasant. If you gave me a choice between living as like a West African slave or death, I would still choose the life of a West African slave. If you gave me the option of being like a Greek slave in the ancient world versus just experiencing oblivion, I would be a Greek slave. Like, I actually think existence and life is so cool that even a bad existence or a bad life is still so interesting. I would rather participate in it than not. So, anyways.
Being pregnant, I
It's
haven't
just,
pregnant.
you're going down different routes. It's okay.
No, we're not.
It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Okay, I appreciate the
and
conversation.
I'll let someone else have it.
Okay.
But thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just came in here not knowing.
See, Joe Vasquez says, what if they were 1,000 fertilized eggs of the most talented violinist? See, now you're playing with the hypothetical. I would still pick the living, breathing, dumbass baby over 1,000 violinists.
Anything about you. So, and I intentionally didn't look anything up because I wanted a clean slate, give you an opportunity to make your case.
Blow my mind.
To me, but I do see some of the signs you have up. You say hate fascism and then that Trump is a problem. So my question is, how do you define fascism? And then how is...
Ooh, come on, man. Come on, libs. Listen to Connor. Listen to Connor. Gentilian fascism, political corporatism, flexible authoritarianism. Trump does it all day. Trump does it all day. I believe in you. I believe in you, Stevie. I believe in you, Stevie. You got this. You got this. Use Connor's definitions.
Trump a problem? How is Trump a fascist? I assume that's your take on that.
Sure. I mean, fascism is kind of a broad term. People use it differently. I think that like probably some of the characteristics are kind of like an authoritarian dictator. So somebody who's...
God damn it, Stevie. Sorry for taking the Lord's name in vain. Gosh darn it, Stevie. Gosh darn it. Then you get into the semantic game of like, well, are the Iranians fascist? Is Putin fascist? Is the Soviet Union fascist? Is China fascist? I hate the lazy fascist definition.
In favor of essentially like single party rule, somebody who wants to use the state to control like as many parts of society as possible. So that might be Trump telling Pam Bondi to persecute political opponents like he's done with Comey, Letitia James, with Bolton, who just got indicted. That might be Trump visiting Fox News or telling them to lie on his behalf, like he did with the Dominion lawsuit. It might be Trump deploying the military to cities as just a show of force. So I would like argue all of these things are pretty far down the spectrum of like kind of dictator authoritarian behavior.
And how do you say that? How would you say that the left, which has done that in the past, whether it's Biden forcing a COVID mandate and locking everyone, well, okay, Biden locked everyone down, but leftist state governors did, and Obama and the Tea Party shutting them down, trying to shut them down, using the IRS to do so. How is that any different?
Well, one, most of those didn't happen.
That's not true.
So that, well, you caught yourself wisely. A lot of Republicans like to rewrite, I'm not saying you're Republican, but a lot of people like to rewrite 2020 as Biden somehow, but you caught yourself and you remembered Trump was president in 2020 when the lockdowns happened. The governors had the power and the ability and the authority to do that, and they exercised it.
What I meant was, beyond that, Biden did continue and enforced COVID mandates.
Yeah, but I
which
mean, it
is
was
an
within when it
authoritarian
was within his legal right to do so. He did it, and he did it for the protection of the country, right? Most like other countries also followed suit in ordinary ways. It's like very plainly obvious to see like what the argument is in favor of locking down to prevent the spread of disease and everything. I think it's a lot different than sending the military to a city and claiming you solved all crime in 2 days.
I agree that there's some language there that could be a little bit better when it comes to
Well, to be clear, not language.
sending in 200 National Guard and saying you solved the crime crisis in
Like
DC.
no Democrat in my lifetime has ever, and even any Republican, nobody.
Dude, oh man, this is the average voter, guys. This is the average voter. This is why I praise my chat constantly, okay? You guys, all of our flaws, all of our autism combined, okay? We try to pay attention to current events. We try to think critically about what's going on. We try to analyze the policy of our political tribes. We try to analyze the policy of the, misaligned or rival or enemy political tribes. This is the average voter. Okay. The average voter hears, well, Obama used the IRS in order to target conservative groups. No concern about whether or not the conservative groups are actually guilty of crimes, just the fact that a political tribe attacked another political tribe. And then he hears, oh, well, Biden did the lockdowns and the lockdowns might have been illegal. Okay, no concern over whether or not COVID was actually like a deadly pandemic disease that wiped out 1.1 million people and whether or not that was justified. And then we get to, well, Trump is deploying National Guard, basically deploying the military, which is a right-wing fantasy for an authoritarian takeover of the United States that they have been braying for 30 or 40 years as justification to resist the federal government with violence and feats of arms. And now they're cheering it on. There's no internal consistency to the line of argumentation. It's just Republicans did bad thing, but Democrats also did bad thing. I'm going to vote for the group that is more to my self-interest. That is the average voter. That's the average voter. This is why I hate democracy. This is why I like a republic, meaning that we have the rule of law. We have a constitution that sets out certain rules that are very difficult to change, that were written by relatively smart people. And then this is why I like representative democracy, because hypothetically, this is not the guy who's writing policy. This guy's too stupid to write policy. The best he can do is he can take a look at the country and say, you know what? Based off of my current interest, I think this representative would better represent my interest in the country. And then he clicks a little box. And then that representative is actually supposed to think about what's going on in the country and how to best execute good policy. So, sorry, democracy is the worst form of governance except for all the other ones, specifically because of this kind of voter. And this kind of voter is not unique to the right, by the way. Plenty of lefties will say identically stupid shit.
Sent like the National Guard or the military aggressively to states like this before, right? Nobody's done this but Trump.
I don't know if that's, well, I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Nobody,
but,
you can't remember it, right? I can't remember it, right?
But,
they haven't. Right?
But the fact is that there is a crime crisis, and a lot of Democrat governors aren't doing diddly squat, or mayors aren't doing diddly squat about it. You look at the Chicago mayor and basically saying, we're going to just stand against Trump every step of the way. This
is what pisses me off, too, about the average voter, okay? We have crime levels similar to the 1950s and 1960s. Let me Google 1950s America and let's see how it's remembered within the cultural zeitgeist, okay? 1950s America. If I Googled the 1950s America, now the reality might be a little bit tougher. Looks like we got some union protests. We got some men and women in the workplace. We got some segregation going on. But then here's what I was looking for. Here's the idyllic American middle-class life. Here's the idyllic American middle-class life. Here's some segregation. Whoops. Here's some pop culture figures. Here's the idealistic middle-class American life. And so anyways, a lot of people idealize 1950s America as kind of like our peaceful peak, the post-war era. And if you look at murders in the United States since 1900, okay, because we've been tracking these stats for a while. During the 1900s through the 1920s was the Prohibition era. That's where we prohibited alcohol. That's where we had a spike in organized crime. This was the pre-World War II era. Then it looks like what happened in World War II was everybody went to World War II and they got all their murder out. There was a little bit of a jump when the veterans got home in 45. And then after that, it stabilized again, where we had a really, really low crime rate between the 50s and the 60s. Well, what we had through the 70s and 80s is the war on drugs, which correlated with an insane spike in violence. And then since then, we've stabilized to slightly above the post-World War II peaceful era, but we are near the peaceful World War II era. And I think what pisses me off about people who go, oh, we got a crime epidemic, we got a crime epidemic, we got a crime epidemic. Not in your neighborhood, bro. The reason why you think there's a crime epidemic is because there's broken communities that are all jacked up. So you think the United States is experiencing a 1990s or 1980s level drug war crime spree, or you think that we're experiencing a 1920s style Italian mobster prohibition era crime spree. But if you actually look at the stats, we're closer to a post-World War II peaceful era. So once again, just because you can see it on TikTok, just because you can see random hoodlums blasting at each other with AR and AK-47 pistols at the local gas station, doesn't mean that that gas station is a part of your community. And it doesn't mean that it's happening around you. So how about you just like chill the fuck out? You look at some statistics, you realize that it's actually an excellent time to be alive. And if you don't want to freak out about crime, stop going on the internet and watching like teenage black boys post knockout game compilations. You'll be fine. There's a 99% chance that you'll be fine. And by the way, if you want to train in violence, if you want to learn how to fight or learn how to shoot, then I'll teach you. I love knowing how to fight. I love knowing how to shoot, but I have no illusions about the United States being like a war-torn shithole. I think it's insane that people talk this way. What was the murder rate in Iraq during, I don't know, like 2005, I guess. During the 2000s. Let's do that. So, if we look at the murder rate in Iraq, in 2007, it was 66. In 2008, it was 15. In 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, it was between 8 and 10, which is still not great, by the way. Not great. But I wanted to see like 2003. Wanted to see immediately after the invasion. Surge announced. That was still 2007. Well, it looks like 2007 was the peak. And what was that? Like 66? Yeah, 66. So to put this in context, okay? The United States, during its Prohibition era violence, was around 10 per 100,000. And during the global war on drugs, maybe that's not what they called it, but during the war on drugs, it was around 10 per 100,000. Iraq, during the civil war in Iraq that was kicked off by the United States invasion, they had 6 to 7 times more violence than we had at our most violent peak. And realistically, they had 10 to 11 times more violence than we've had during peacetime. I want you to think about that. Anyways, let me talk about women real quick and abortions, because this is something that we have to argue about. I think that women, to some degree, are social and legal equals. And what I mean by that is that I don't think God values women more than men, and I don't think men should be valued more than women. Okay? I think that we should be equal in the eyes of God, even if we are different. We are a complementary species. We are complementary genders. We are complementary sexes. And so when it comes to men, just through the cruelty of nature, We have no capacity to be pregnant. We do not have to carry a fetus. We are capable of abandoning our offspring relatively easily. There are no physical changes to our bodies as a result of pregnancy, and we're able to work throughout our partner's pregnancy. This is just true. This is just naturally true. All right. So, what abortion and birth control do that makes women equal, because women are capable of pregnancy, they carry the fetus for 9 months, they cannot abandon the offspring easily. There's extreme physical changes during pregnancy. They could get injured or killed if they work throughout a complicated pregnancy, and they're physically vulnerable during pregnancy. So, in these degrees, nature has not made men and women equal. Okay. So, there's this quote about firearms where God made man and Samuel Colt made men equal. And that's about pistols, where the person who made the Colt revolver made it so you could be a small man, but you're equal to a big man, because if a big man tries to beat the shit out of you, you can kill him. Well, similarly, birth control and abortion make women technologically equal to men, because if they can choose when they become pregnant, if they are able to use birth control, then they can eliminate their capacity for pregnancy. They don't have to carry the fetus for 9 months. They can, quote unquote, abandon the offspring easily, because they can either use birth control in order to get to make sure that they don't become pregnant in the first place, or they can use abortion in order to eliminate the offspring easily. Extreme physical changes due in pregnancy, well, they can avoid that through abortion if they get pregnant. Could get injured or killed if there's a complication during pregnancy. They can control that through abortion. And they're physically vulnerable during pregnancy, so they could modify that either by preventing pregnancy through birth control or by using an abortion. And so realistically, what we're saying, if we say, hey, well, we want to put extreme limits on abortion, which I want to put some limits on abortion, maybe not extreme limits, but I want to put some, then what we're asking women to do to some degree is we're saying we're just not going to be equal, and that's your lot in life. Tough shit. Which to some degree I'm okay with. But I think it needs to be reasonable. And I would analogize this real quick. Let me save this. Why abortion means reproductive equality. We might just say that we're unequal. And the reason why I would be comfortable saying that we're not equal in reference to reproductive stuff is because there's shit that men are unequal with women with. Suicide, disease of despair, workplace fatalities, enlistment in the military, service in the military, service in first response, service in law enforcement and military. Might have repeated myself, but that's okay. You get the point. Anyways, the whole jazz of this is, if you're a true egalitarian, I don't see how you can be anti-abortion. I'm not a true egalitarian. End of yap. Let's get back to the content. I hope you enjoyed my yap. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Anonymous chatter, thank you for the 20. Grassroots Hegemon, thank you for the 20. Dumpster Buzzard said, consider this a belated dono to the military story stream. Your life is interesting enough that you can entertain just by talking about yourself. Thank you, Dumpster Buzzard. I parasocially love you, and thank you for the super chat.
Way and some of these, the governors, some of these mayors are actively promoting the flouting of federal law enforcement, and from my reading of the law, that is insurrection. And Trump isn't going after them on insurrection yet. He could, but
so he absolutely couldn't, to be clear. There's not an obligation. So conservatives used to be big states' rights people, but you don't have an obligation to make all of your facilities available and cooperate maximally with federal authorities.
You do not have an obligation to cooperate, but you cannot openly flout. By
openly flout, you mean the Chicago mayor said he wasn't going to make his resources available to federal police?
No, he's giving resources to
a Rob with a B, or Rob with a W. That's how I should say it. Rob with the W says, I love Kierkegaard's explanation of despair. When one is sick unto death, such that death is the only hope, that is despair. Interesting.
To prevent the enforcement by ICE of immigration law. What he is doing, and what Gavin Newsom has done, what Karen Bass has done, is promote an environment where where they are protecting illegal immigrants from prosecution, giving them an opportunity to avoid ICE, saying that ICE can't operate in public domain.
That's not true. ICE is operated publicly. They have the authority and ability to go anywhere. They just don't have to have the full cooperation of the state government or city government in doing so. Which again, conservatives used to be big on states' rights, but I mean that's their right as mayors and governors to say. If crime is such a big issue, and if you think crime is such a big issue, I don't understand why there aren't more people upset that Trump is totally hijacking the conversation of actually having a real talk about crime, and it's like playing games with the National Guard everywhere and having us not have that conversation.
What do you mean?
We're not having we're not having like big boy adult conversations about crime right now. We're pretending we're 9 years old and we're sending the National Guard place, and he's saying he's fixed. You even admitted he didn't fix crime in D.C. in 2 weeks. He didn't fix crime in California or wherever else he wants to deploy, his National Guard to. Like,
to be fair, in regards to D.C., it goes beyond the National Guard being used there. But as far as reports have been, the crime has been significantly reduced in D.C., whether that's because of the perception of the National Guard being there, whether that's because to some extent the federal government has taken over or influenced the D.C. police force to enable them to take a closer look at high crime areas, whatever the case might be. Crime is down in D.C., and that is because of Trump's efforts, whether it's in the National Guard specifically that's been doing that, or it's other elements of that policy.
If Biden or Obama would have been deploying the National Guard to different states against their will, do you think that conservatives would have supported that?
It depends on what the point was, what the purpose was.
Well, the purpose is nothing, right? It's a show of force.
That's not entirely
The National
true.
Guard can't make arrests. The military can't make arrests. You mentioned that he might have done other things about policing in D.C. Well, then sure, that's a conversation about policing. And obviously Congress and the federal government has more authority in D.C. to do that. But why not have that conversation in other states and cities? Why do this goofy military thing?
Simply because leftist mayors and governors just do not want to work with President Trump.
They don't have
to.
First of all, Trump is supposed to be the great deal maker.
Your cities, your states are drowning in murders, rapes, and
then that's the people's right to vote for those
other
people,
crime.
and the people can vote for their mayors and their governors.
And I hope they do. I hope that.
And they do, but that doesn't give Trump.
Prop 50,
but that doesn't give Trump. That doesn't give Trump the right to start using the military as law enforcement.
What he has used the National Guard for is to protect and aid federal enforce federal ICE officials.
From the guys in the dinosaur costumes?
Dinosaur costumes? Oh, you're talking about the No Kings.
I don't understand. Do you think it's acceptable to use the military to do law enforcement, to enforce law in the United States against citizens?
At the moment, they're not, because that you're right about it being not.
But that's what he's.
Toggle Room for Two says artificial wombs make women equal and fix abortion. True. Let's work on it. Let the Chinese do it. So for those of you who don't know, the Chinese have successfully taken a sheep embryo to term. Sheep embryo, artificial womb. I don't know at what stage they separated the sheep zygote from the mother, but they effectively took like a sheep, they put it in a plastic bag, I guess a comfortable plastic bag, and they gave it like utero specific nutrients, and it survived. So I don't know how that's going to work. I got no idea. Maybe we will have vat grown humans at some point. I have no idea. But it is interesting. It's at minimum interesting.
He says, right? He says he's deploying the military for law enforcement. Do you think that's a good thing?
The messaging, it could be better. I'll agree with that.
So he needs to message better to use the military for law enforcement.
Because what is inevitably happening is.
Hi, Kay. Good to see you.
You got millions of people that actually think that Trump is trying to be a king when all he is doing is following the law.
He's not.
In putting the National Guard in places where he has every right to do so.
He doesn't. You absolutely don't. You need the authority and consent from the governor to do it.
I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. But this argument, again, what frustrates me about this argument, I know that legally Trump is capable of federalizing the National Guard and sending them to ICE detention centers and federal buildings to make sure that they're not destroyed by riotous mobs, especially when local police fail to intervene. I understand that. Makes sense. all that kind of stuff. However, the exterior posture is that they are there in order to engage in law enforcement action. I know they're legally prohibited from doing so, but they're trying to have a deterrent effect on crime because Donald Trump wants to appear as being tough on crime, regardless of the fickle nature of local governance. What frustrates me about this is that right-wingers have been predicting for decades that the federal government was going to become authoritarian and use war on terror laws and domestic troubles as an excuse to use the military to crack down on the civilian population of the United States. Conservatives have been arguing that for decades, and they've been saying the reason why we need to do this, the reason why we have guns, the reason why we have AR-15s, the reason why we have AK-47s, the reason why we have RPKs, the reason why we have machine guns is because when the federal government becomes authoritarian, we need to be ready to rise up and take on federal troops. That's what they've been saying. But what's been happening under a Trump presidency is instead of like the pro-gun, pro-libertarian people being like, wow, this is an overstep of authority, one or two more steps and we would need to have a civil war. Instead, what they're saying is, oh, wow, Trump's taking on crime based. It's like the most cringe philosophical reversal that I've seen in years. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so pissed off at Donut Operator and Brandon Herrera, because Brandon Herrera and Donut Operator are the exact kinds of guys who have been LARPing about getting into gunfights with the ATF and DEA for decades. But the second, the tread on me flag, the second that it's Trump's boot that's treading on them, they're like, tread on me harder, daddy. And I can't think, listen, I know I have homosexual and bisexual people in my audience. I am not trying to be insulting to you. I cannot think of something gayer than an uber masculine bearded gun guy who drives a truck, who talks about civil war with the federal government all the time. But the second the federal government changes hand to an R-slurred billionaire philandering pedophile piece of shit, you say, tread on me harder. That's gayer than homosexual sex. That is gayer than bisexual meth-fueled orgies. That is the gayest thing I've ever heard of. No offense to my gay audience. I love my gay audience. Be gay. Go kiss a boy. Go kiss a boy, okay? But Donut Operator and Brandon Herrera are gayer than you. I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back.
The courts have struck down any attempt to disable him from using the
They
National
have not
Guard.
Struck down attempts to. They just
The circuit court in California that covers California did.
They rejected TROs or preliminary injunctions, but the case is still going to be ruled on. It's just going to take time.
Fine.
But I'm just you think that it's okay to send the military to do law enforcement? The president of the United States. If the next president is Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, and she says, "I'm going to send the military to Texas because I don't think they're enforcing their laws right," you think conservatives and you would support that?
If there was a crime crisis in Texas and Texas wasn't taking care of it themselves like they should be, absolutely.
It's a lot of qualifiers.
Well, yeah, there is, but you have plenty of examples of Democrat governors and mayors not doing their job.
That's not up to you. Who decides that? That's not up for the president to decide. These are elected officials. Why should the president get to decide if they're doing their job or not? And if he thinks they're not, what you're describing is, by the way, is a king, right? This is like a one man making the decision. I don't like how you're doing your job. I'm going to send the military there to go do it for you.
Like I said,
how is that not a king?
He is acting within the existing.
He's literally not.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And again, the courts will prove that point out as these cases continue to get.
There's already been stuff reversed related to like
down.
the immigration stuff. The Abrego Garcia guy was ultimately brought back. A lot of the El Salvador stuff.
He was ultimately brought back to face human trafficking charges. He was not brought back because
he was brought back because
Trump.
To be clear, he was brought back
to face
human
trafficking charges.
He was brought back because Trump broke the law.
No, he was.
Maybe the real civil war was in Donut Operator's gayness. True.
Brought back to face human trafficking.
Why would we send
charges?
him there if he was going to be brought back to face charges?
He could have been left in El Salvador.
Why? No. Then why did he bring him back?
To face human trafficking charges in
Then
Tennessee.
why did he deport him in the first place?
Because new
No.
I love when Steven just sets up like rakes in every direction, and you just have to choose which rake you're going to step into. I fucking love that.
Allegations
No.
New allegations came to light, and I think it was a smart move to bring him back to face human trafficking charges because that
they
is
just
a
deported him
serious
again, didn't
violation. That is a serious crime, and it goes to show what we're facing with the illegal immigration crisis.
First of all, they
And
deported him.
AKA Batu Sai says, if the governor is allowing protesters to interfere with immigration enforcement and attack immigration enforcement physically while protecting the protesters, what should the president do? Arrest all the protesters. So what you're asking for. So let's just take a look real quick, all right? Google, what is it? ICE blocking traffic protest. So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I would say the vast majority of what's going on is people blocking highways. Okay. But that's a local issue, not a federal issue. And I think the main one, correct me if I'm wrong, is blocking ICE facilities. Okay. Where what they do is they do this, where they set up a whole bunch of protesters. And it looks like this is a makeshift barricade made up of e-scooters and e-bikes that's blocking. This looks like local law enforcement, but federal, let's just presume for the sake of organization that this is federal law enforcement. Okay. Let me do blocking ICE agents stuff. Okay. So, excuse me. So exactly this. Okay. You know, didn't they make ICE the largest organization in the United States? Didn't they make them the largest law enforcement organization in the United States? So if people are blocking your driveway, you can do two things. You can actually do a multitude of things. Number one, walk out there, confront them, detain them, arrest them, take them to jail. Okay, that's number one. Now, I know that might feel like fighting with your hand behind your back, but this is perfectly legal. You're interfering with the actions of federal law enforcement. You're going to jail. All right. The other option is right here, where if you're blocking traffic, just say, hey, we don't have liability if you get injured, and we're going through this crowd. So you're going to have to call your healthcare provider. You're going to have to call your insurance. We're driving through this crowd at 10 miles an hour. And what's going to happen is, yeah, people are going to snap bones. Somebody might die. There's going to be people who have broken arms, broken legs, all that kind of stuff. But that's not on your liability as federal law enforcement. If you go ahead and have Congress or have the federal government or have whoever say, if you are impeding law enforcement actions, we are not liable for your injuries. And then just drive through the crowd at 10 miles an hour and people will learn. People will learn that standing in front of a 3,000-pound vehicle doing 10 miles an hour is not a good idea. And they will learn through broken bones. So, yeah, those are a variety of options besides deploying federal military to local cities. That would be my solution. But I'm an asshole, so what do I know?
Him again anyway, right? So what was the point? This guy's getting free flights all over the world at this point.
Right? They should stick him somewhere and let things, if they're gonna,
Do you think that when Trump tells Pam Bondi to persecute political opponents,
did he really though?
He literally put it on Truth. Pam, you need to go after Letitia James. You need to go after Comey. You need to go after Bolton.
I
he
don't
literally wait. Are you not aware that he's publicly stated that he put that on Truth Social?
I would say that that's fine. It's only going to be a problem with the courts though, because does have that appearance. That
it is what it is. He's literally calling for it.
It's the appearance. We all know they committed crimes. Well, Letitia
then
James,
why is it all they have is the mortgage fraud stuff?
Yeah, which is funny because isn't that what she charged Trump on?
No, it's funny because the last mortgage fraud they went on, the governor, one of the Federal Reserve chairs was all bullshit. They made it up, right? And then when more documents came out,
I'm not sure that's true.
It is true, right? There's a reason why they claim they're going after these guys for big crimes. They did the same thing with Hunter Biden. They didn't get him on any Burisma stuff or whatever. The confidential informant for that
was during the Biden administration. If you're going to talk to me about Trump influencing justice, you have to talk about Biden influencing the Justice Department to not go after his own son. And then
Biden influenced the Justice Department.
No. We're talking about Hunter Biden. No, why?
I'm not pardoning my son, and in the last minutes of his presidency, pardons his son,
Which
as
he's
well
been
as a
fully
mutton.
redeemed on, by the way, as Trump has done everything he can to put political charges against every political opponent he's had, number one. But number two, you're saying that Biden was controlling the DOJ when there was a special prosecutor appointed to investigate his documents, and when the Republican Congress was constantly investigating Hunter.
Evan says, is it wrong to protest? No. And block ICE. Blocking could be illegal if they're wrongly detaining U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens should sue. They should sue, and they should get millions of dollars. Or disappearing lawful permanent residents against the law. I would have to see the lawful permanent resident stuff. But basically, whoever, you can't beat the rap, you can beat the ride. Guys, bear in mind, I'm a former cop, so of course I'm gonna side with the proceduralism of law enforcement. All right, I understand that might not be popular in this chat, but of course I'm gonna side with that. So, but what I would say is, no, of course it's right to protest, and even if you stand in front of the car, maybe you're perfectly morally correct in doing so, right? But you have to accept the fact that you could be detained, incarcerated, or injured as a result.
Hunter Biden, and when they got indictments against Hunter Biden for the gun thing and the tax thing, that was Biden directing the DOJ? No, this is not a real argument.
King Solidus says, hello, friends. Got my doctor appointment today. Good to hear, King Solidus. Good to hear.
Lost for words for the moment. Lost my train of thought. But actually, I'm going to let someone else speak. I've been up here long enough. I appreciate it. Decent conversation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, what's your name? How's it going?
Hi, I'm Alex. So
How's it going, Alex?
you might have heard that there's a governor's election race going on in Virginia right now.
I've heard that.
And recently there was a huge sort of scandal with the Attorney General candidate Jay Jones, who recently had his text messages leak in which he said he wanted to shoot I think it was the Republican Speaker of the House in Virginia, and I think this sort of underscores a broader trend of just like.
I'm sorry for laughing, but if I made this joke, let's say that Hassan Piker and I are running for president of the United States, and if I said, if I was in a room with Hitler and Pol Pot and Hassan Piker, and I had 2 bullets, I would shoot Hassan Piker twice. I don't know if I'm apologizing.
Rancor and political violence and division in our country.
Daniel Mayer says, sorry, this is interesting. I know we're off abortion for now, but would you be completely in favor of artificial wombs replacing natural birthing process? I would, but I'm curious what you would think. No. I think that there's something beautiful and necessary about the pregnancy process. I think women ideally should want to have children at some point in their lives. And it is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Like the physical change and development of a woman into a mother is a wildly interesting thing. And so, no, I don't think it should be the preferred way to have children or even the normal way to have children. I think that it should be a good backup. So let's say that we totally fix the flawless technology and you can have a kid without carrying it to term yourself. You can just keep the kid in the womb. I would want to evaluate like the physical and psychological correlates with that process. But let's say they were identical to natural born children. I would still want that as a backup, not as the primary way that we function as a society. Although it would help with, let's say that they were identical to natural born children, then we could solve demographic issues instantaneously. So it's actually a really interesting technology.
We see this especially in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting, and I'm worried about the direction that this country has headed in with all this like violent rhetoric. Also, by the way, your son Nathaniel on Twitter told me to say hi.
Okay, hi. Speaking of violent rhetoric, just kidding. Yeah, I mean, like the stuff that leaked from his text messages was a little crazy, but I just listened to Republicans, insist for 3 weeks that they didn't care about all of the weird Nazi messages that have leaked from multiple like staffer and.
Yeah, Hassan Piker Cuba cannon. Imagine I'm running for office and somebody was like said, "Hey, you said in the past that you wanted to trap Hassan Piker and against his constitutional rights, attach him to a trebuchet and fire him into the Caribbean. And then if he comes back to U.S. soil, have Coast Guard shoot him. Do you stand by those words?" I would stand by those words. I'd be like, yep, fuck that guy. Matter of fact, how do we do this? How do I fire Hassan Piker out of a trebuchet into the Caribbean and then get federal law enforcement to take him out if he tries to make it back to American soil?
Political group chats from their side, so I guess private messages don't matter.
No.
And Trump has said worse stuff public.
Starhawks. It was worse than that. He said he wanted to kill him in front of his children. It should have been disqualifying. I don't even think that's true, man. I think we saw the quote. If you have something else, I'll take a look at it. But J. Jones text messages kids. I think he said, no, they should, if the kids die, I wouldn't care, or that would be good because then they would understand because they don't understand anything else. So I think you're just making shit up. That's the 2 bullets meme. I want to see the 2 bullets meme. Where's the kid's text message? Anyways, you can find it and send it to me, but I think you're just Starhawks. I think you're engaged in a little bit of misinformation. A little bit of misinformation.
Publicly, so I think that probably, especially if you're running for office, that type of stuff, you shouldn't be talking about your political opponent's children or anything like that. But I can't be fucked to care with this administration and everything that they say openly. Yeah, you shouldn't do stuff like that, but I'm not gonna, wring somebody's hands over it right now.
All right, but wouldn't you?
You know what should be disqualifying? I know you guys probably agree with this. This should have been instantaneously disqualifying from for Donald Trump. This one should have been over. Like, Trump should have been banned from the Republican Party. He should have been banned from the RNC. He should have been banned from conservative politics. He should have been banned. This should have been it. This was tweeted out in 2022. Trump has had 6 years to prove outcome determinative election fraud. He has failed to do so. And by the way, I've said this before. If Trump proved that Joe Biden and the Democrats, using the mail-in system, actually did commit outcome determinative voter fraud, I would change my tune. But he hasn't. He hasn't proven it in court. He hasn't proven it out of court. So let's read this real quick. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the president election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. This motherfucker is not fantasizing about being violent with a single other person or family or whatever. This guy is threatening the constitutional fabric of the United States of America. This should have been disqualifying. So I'm not going to lie, Starhawks, mate, you can judge me. You can think I'm a bad person. When I hear, let's go ahead and get a copyright strike real quick. As a matter of fact, let's not. Dwight shooting 3 people meme. Okay. So when I hear Dwight office shooting Hitler meme, I forget what it is. I'll just describe it, okay? But this is the joke, okay? If I had a gun with 2 bullets and I was in a room with Hitler, Bin Laden, and Toby, I would shoot Toby twice. That's the joke. That's the joke. Oh, and here it is. And then here's Dwight showing that you don't need 2 bullets. What you could do is you could line up Hitler, Bin Laden, and Toby. And I guess Bin Laden would be right here because Bin Laden was super tall. So you would have Hitler, Toby, and Bin Laden. And what you would do is you would shoot them in such a way that the bullet would go through all three people. So for me, I don't think that Jay Jones or whatever his name is legitimately going to actually commit violence against his opponent. I think he's making a spicy joke about how bad of people they are while being serious that they're such bad people and conservatives don't understand anything unless it directly affects them. Therefore, he hopes bad things happen to them. I don't think Jay Jones is going to murder anyone. I don't think Jay Jones is going to actually murder children. I think that's such a bullshit perspective. And yet, Trump was serious about overthrowing the Republic of the United States. And so that's where I get it. I have a better chat than most. Not every single right winger or not everybody who's repulsed by Jay Jones's behavior is going to argue with me that Trump should get a pass. But realistically, man, we're talking about a political binary right now. The political binary is Trump and MAGA and everybody else. So sorry, I'm gonna work with anybody else. Okay.
Do you think that sort of kind of eliminates the possibility of dialogue when you have someone like Jay Jones who's saying like, "Oh, I think it would be a great thing if this guy got shot in front of his family and his children died." Like,
when President Trump is saying that like Liz Cheney needs 11 rifles in front of her, like here's the thing, and it's so funny, and it's like everybody knows this, and conservatives like pretend otherwise. Like if Democrats came out today and were like, all of us need to calm down, Republicans would say, you're absolutely right. You guys need to calm the fuck down. Because that's what's happened over and over again. People are acting like if Donald Trump came out and Donald Trump was like, listen, we think the whole country needs to chill out. Does he think like every Democratic leader wouldn't be behind him in that message? Like Biden was able to do this very simply. Bush was able to, like every president, it's like a bare minimum moral standard is to be able to say we should all be less violent. And the Republicans can't bring themselves to stand on that principle. They always have to blame the other side, talk about civil war, say that their violence is righteous and the left's violence is unhinged. Like, no, I mean, like Trump should be able to come.
Well, Starhawk says, I'm not a Republican enough with the whataboutism. I think I said that towards the end of my statement. I think I said my chat is smarter than most, and not everybody who's chill with Donald, not everybody who's a critic of Jay Jones is chill with Donald Trump. I think I said that, man. I think I said that. That's the amount of caveating that I can do. That's the amount of caveating I can do. So I caveated before I even got to your chat, Starhawks.
Out and say this. Like I said, the guy's text messages probably weren't okay, but I mean, like, these were private texts. Trump has said worse things in public, and I don't see Republicans doing anything right now to calm their rhetoric. So I just don't care as much about it.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess I would just say, like, personally, I condemn all forms of political violence, and I.
Starhawks is just a joke, bro. Yeah, okay, I'm sure you accept that excuse for the Republican rhetoric too, right? No, I don't. The reason why I don't is because they make the jokes and then they do the things. They make the jokes, then they do the things. I don't think Jay Jones is going to run around shooting conservatives. If Jay Jones started shooting conservatives, then I think he would be right. I would be like, oh my God. Oh my God, I was totally wrong about this Jay Jones guy. Starhawks was totally right. Jay Jones is running around murdering conservatives left, right, and center. He just shot a bunch of children. I was so wrong. Starhawks was so right. I am embarrassed by my incorrectness. I am going to turn over my YouTube channel to Starhawks. That's what we would do. If Jay Jones murders conservative children in the next 5 years, I will turn over my YouTube channel to Starhawks.
Don't necessarily align with either the Republican or the Democratic Party. One last thing. Would you be willing to debate Nick Fuentes again?
It would depend on
Oh, damn. He actually was a groiper. Lol. Whoops.
the topic and the place. Sure.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Lemon.
All right,
Is it
hi.
gonna get? What's your name?
Jordan.
Wait, do you go to school here?
Yeah, I do.
Is it gonna get warmer? It was so warm earlier.
No, it gets colder.
What
It gets
the
colder.
fuck?
So last week it was like in the upper 50s, and then it was in the 60s like 2 weeks ago, and then we just skipped 50, and then we just got stuck in 40s.
It was so warm earlier.
Yeah, it was so nice.
Okay. What do you got for me?
All right, my question is, so we've been talking a lot about our local elections that are happening right now, but essentially my question is like, I don't really know after winning those local.
Officer Nasty says, you won't work with anybody else. You just said that you want to shoot Hassan into another country. Well, maybe what I would do is I would go to an event with Hassan and we would have a peaceable panel, but then I would use it as a pretext to kidnap Hassan for my trebuchet plan. Maybe that's what I would do. We would have this like panel where they're like, oh my God, Connor's such a hypocritical piece of shit. He talks about how much he hates Hassan, and yet here he is with a panel. But then that'll be the secret plan. That'll be my Machiavellian plan to get in a room with Hassan so I can load him into a trebuchet and fire him into the Caribbean.
Elections and getting, I guess, the country more blue as is the goal for Unfuck America, right? What are the next steps like after that? We still have 3 more years of Trump, which is really hard to imagine because we've already like lost a lot of our like global position as the U.S.
No, Starhawks, I said that your thing was misinformation because you said something about the kids. You said that like he wanted to murder the kids or something, which I don't think what was said. The text message that I remember, I couldn't find it. But the text message that what I said or what I remember was Jay Jones saying like, "Oh yeah, and if the kids die in their parents' arms, that would be good because conservatives don't understand anything until it happens to them." That's what I remember. If Jay Jones said like, "Oh, I'll murder the kids," then I would want to know what you're talking about. Grassroots gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for Oiling King. I parasocially love you. Just shouting out our kings today. Anonymous Chatter, thank you for the 20. You kicked us off today. Grassroots Hegemon with the 20. Parasocially love you. Dumpster Buzzard with the 5. Thank you for the 5. He was donating in reference to the Monday morning Marine Corps stories, which we'll probably be doing again on Monday, by the way. I will go through Iraq and California on Monday. And then if we have like some leftover time, I'll go back and I'll do some boot camp and Marine combat training stories. And then I'll probably start telling other people's war stories, like because I have a lot of other really, 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 really cool war stories that my friends told me, and I will tell them imperfectly for your entertainment. Let's go.
US internationally with like respect from other countries and stuff.
And thank you, Grassroots. I do parasocially love you.
But like, what does the next like 3 years kind of looks like if we end up succeeding in getting more seats in like the House or like more seats in the Senate? Like, are we essentially stalling for the next 3 years, or is there like anything that we can kind of do?
Starhawk said, so any comment made by a politician is acceptable as long as they don't do what they said? No. I don't think that's what I said. I'm characterizing what AGJ Jones said as bad. It is bad. Shouldn't have said it. It's a bad thing. However, we are operating within the context of MAGA and Donald Trump being in charge of the country right now. Trump has said infinitely worse things. The Republican Party has pinched their nose and put up with his bullshit. Some of them have straight up become cultists, where they will make any excuse for Trump's bad behavior. And by the way, did you guys hear this? So I'm going to take the opportunity. No, I'm not. I've already talked about this 10,000 times. Did you guys hear that there are actually, that Mr. Wolf, he was a Trump biographer, has seen Polaroids of Donald Trump with nude teenage girls sitting in his lap? Have you heard about this? It's a part of the Epstein files. A part of the Epstein files is Donald Trump hanging out by a pool with a bunch of like nude teenage girls. That's why the Epstein files aren't coming out. So for me, I'm kind of, I'm praying that there's a leak. I'm praying there's a leak. I'm praying somebody at the DOJ or FBI is going to be like, you know what? Enough of this. Fuck this. And then boom, they're just going to scan the photos, email it to a journalist, email it to several journalists, and then just let it leak. I think that would be worth getting fired over. I genuinely do. Connor for president, Hassan Piker trebuchet is his only part of his platform. True. Jonasilla, the Connor Hassan panel starts. Connor, time to execute my trick. Pulls out a brick. Oh man. Anyways, no, but Jovan, we don't know. Starhawks might care. He might have a principled position that all of this stuff is bad, and that's a perfectly rational position. Starhawk says, I do. That's why I voted Democrat. Do you have anything about whataboutism? No, I don't. I legitimately do not have anything about whataboutism. Matter of fact, I'll draw real quick, okay? I'll draw. I'll make a Starhawks drawing because he is so correct and I am so wrong. I need to be very clear about what I'm saying right now. Okay, so we got A.G. Jones. A.G. Jones said if he was in a room with his opponent and two horrific characters from history, he would shoot his opponent twice. A.G. Jones said that he wished his opponent's children would die because conservatives don't understand anything until it happens to them. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's put both of those there. Then Donald Trump tried to overthrow the Republic and has lied about the elections, resulting in tens of thousands and arguably millions of preventable deaths as a result of his policies after re-election. Okay. These statements, to the best of my training and knowledge, are true. A.G. Jones said he was in a room. If he was in a room with his opponent and two horrific characters from history, he would shoot his opponent twice. A.G. Jones said that he wished his opponent's children would die because conservatives don't understand anything until it happens to them. Donald Trump tried to overthrow the Republic and has lied about elections, resulting in tens of thousands and arguably millions of preventable deaths as a result of his policies after re-election. I don't know if that's redundant, but who cares? Let's do this. Both of these things are bad, and in an ideal country, neither person would hold power. This is because I'm being so flippant. I'm being so flippant to Starhawks, and I know I'm being rude, but I want Starhawks to know that both of these things are bad. And in an ideal country, neither one of these people would hold power. I agree with that statement. So weirdly enough, it sounds like I'm disagreeing with Starhawks, but I'm not. Starhawks, A.G. Jones. All right, we on the same page? Let's go.
I don't know, man. Don't ask me those questions. It's a hard one. A few issues is one is just defending like the House as it exists, basically. My understanding is, like, I think your legislature wants the Republican goal is to make it so no redistricting can happen until like 2030 or whatever, to block any attempts to fight against the Republican redistricting that's going on around the country. Like, Republicans are on like a full court press, like fighting on every single level in any single way that they possibly can, besides doing their job, by the way, which they'll never do, which is why Congress has totally abdicated its responsibility for governance right now, and Mike Johnson completely does not care at all about his job there. But I mean, I think that there are like two big things. One,
Officer Nasty says, what's my line? I hate socialists and I hate communists. I hate anarcho-communists and libertarian socialists less than I hate socialists and communists, but I hate leftists. I know there's like a few. I know there's a few leftists in my chat, and you guys are the special ones. Okay, you guys are the good ones. But realistically, I think socialism is very R-slurred unless we get a race of slave robots. Unless we go to the stars, mine the asteroid belt, and create a race of synthetic robot slaves, I don't think we're getting socialism. And I think communism, a moneyless, stateless, classless society, I think that's straight up R-slurred. I think that's very dumb. Even if I could achieve communism, I would not do communism. A stateless society, a society without a government. What happens if we get invaded by aliens? We have to create a state from scratch. That's very, very, very dumb. So I hate communism. I think it's dumb. I kind of hate socialism. I would only support socialism if the material conditions are so revolutionary that human labor is no longer required to perpetuate civilization, which I very much doubt will ever happen. So that's kind of my line. And then on the right wing, obviously my line is maybe there's some MAGA people that are redeemable, but pretty much anybody who's buying into dissident, like Matt Walsh and further right, they're irredeemable pieces of shit who need to be bullied into perpetuity. Now, maybe we bully them so much that they change their tune and they become a part of us, and that's totally fine. But realistically, I would say those are my lines. Now, let's say that Matt Walsh calls me. Matt Walsh texts me on the phone and he says, "Hey, Connor, it's Matt Walsh, the multimillionaire Daily Wire pundit. And I'm going to Western North Carolina for disaster relief because they got hit by another hurricane. And I want you and whoever you can out of your community to come help me with disaster relief." I'm going to do that. Let's say Nick Fuentes calls me and Nick Fuentes says, "Hey, Connor, Detroit is so bad that there are packs of roving dogs running around in Detroit who are feral, who do not have, they are incapable, we have not been able to fix them. And as a result, they keep having more and more feral dogs, and they're a menace to the community. We are going to go out there. We are going to trap a whole bunch of dogs. We're going to get them spayed and neutered, and then we're going to re-release them back into the population. Can you help me trap dogs in Detroit? I'll work with Nick Fuentes." So anyways, the point is, it's like the mission is more important than personality. The mission is more important than personality. So if Hassan Piker legitimately said, like, "Hey, I want to do the dog thing. I want to do the disaster relief thing. And Connor, I want to hang out with you," then yeah, sure, I'll go do the mission. But I will make it known that I think Hassan Piker is one of the dumbest pieces of shit in online politics. Because that's genuinely how I feel. Because Hassan's crimes are twofold, okay? Not only does he have bad policy and bad social and political prescriptions, he's also stupid. And that pisses me off. Whereas with Nick Fuentes, he has bad social and political policy, but at least he's smart and funny. Grassroots gifted another 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, Ken. I parasocially love you. And then somebody else gifted another thing. I don't see it. I'll get to it. I promise. I see something that's wrong with my Halo pistol, so I'm just going to grab that real quick. I'll be right back.
One is obviously, resisting through any means necessary, the legal means, the creative legal means. So Democrats that are fighting to redistrict in their states, which I think is a noble endeavor. I guess there's like a hope maybe that if Trump gets old and continues to get old and is not healthy, that he can't run in the next election. If Trump was 10 years younger, he would absolutely run, and every Republican would defend it, even though they laugh and joke about it now. But I guess there's a hope that after midterms, some Republicans start to pivot away because they realize that once Trump is gone, they don't have that cult to rally behind anymore. Now the scary thing is, it seems like the direction they're moving is like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, which is really fucking weird. But so I think that it's blocking through whatever means legal, extra legal, or legally creative possible. And the second thing is, this is not popular and nobody's talking about this, and this is a whole other conversation, but I think there has to be some kind of like truth and reconciliation process after the next.
Has Trump talked about murdering his political rivals? I think he's talked about incarcerating them. I don't know if he's talked about killing them.
Next election, like the next presidential election, we can't just walk away from whatever these 4 years are. It hasn't even been 1 year yet. And pretend that this was okay or normal. Like everything about this administration has been such an insane joke, and it's even in the stuff that they try to do, like it's woefully ineffective. Like the Doge stuff, like we just like don't talk about that anymore. The Epstein stuff, like Trump is like trying to argue that Biden's auto penning people.
Batu Sai says the accusation about whataboutism is you aren't using the same moral standard for Democrats. I mean, you're right. You're right. Weirdly enough, though, if you I'm a little tired now. I'm a little grumpy right now. But get me talking about Zoran Mandami, man. Seriously, ask me about Zoran Mandami. Ask me about Hassan Piker. Ask me about the fucking insane liberal sweeping for Zoran Mandami. Okay, let me put it to you this way, okay? We'll do another drawing, we'll watch another few minutes, and then we'll wrap this segment. Let me do a little drawing, okay? I view Zoran Mandami the same way that a lot of people view like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I swear to God. That's the same way that I view him. So let's do a little bit different. It's a little bit different on the right than it is on the left. MAGA, then MTG. Although, hold on, wasn't there a representative who was chill with? I forget what it was. I think he ended up disavowing him, okay? So for the sake of expediency, I'm going to let Destiny continue to talk, but I'll label these boxes. But if you would please consult your screens, okay? This is the right wing right now, and the right wing is fucking crazy. Sorry for the F-bomb. These are moderate Republicans, if they still exist. This is MAGA, and in my opinion, MAGA is probably split in two, where half of them are Trump cultists and half of them view Trump as a means to an end. Then let's just call it Marjorie Taylor Greene right here, who's like a schizophrenic far right winger, contrails. 9/11 was an inside job. The Jews run the world, but I love the Jews. Maybe she doesn't love the Jews. I think she might not love the Jews actually. She's kind of a schizo, right? And then let's say that Nick Fuentes was hanging out with MTG routinely, right? Let's say that they were like boys. They kept, MTG would pretend that they weren't boys, but then Nick Fuentes kept getting invited to events involving MTG. I view that the exact same way as we have normie Democrats. Then we have far lefties. And I would say this is Zoran Mandami, who I do view as like a far lefty. And then we have Hassan Piker hanging around. That is just as creepy to me. That is just as messed up. So while Starhawks can say, oh, well, you're not holding Democrats to a similar standard as the Republicans. No, I kind of do. I kind of view the normalization of quote unquote democratic socialism, the normalization of Zoran Mandami, and the normalization of Hassan Piker as equally nefarious and creepy to me as Nick Fuentes being normalized in the Republican Party. Anyways, I parasocially love you. Let's continue with the content while I label my boxes.
Yeah. And he doesn't know what he's signing, and then meanwhile Trump is asked like, why'd you just pardon the Binance guy or whatever? He's like, I don't know.
He had no idea who he was.
Yeah. So like, something has to happen where there's like a big like come to Jesus moment, I guess is what you would say for the evangelicals. I don't know what that process would look like, but if it doesn't happen, then we're just going to be here again in the next 4 years when they have their next crazy guy to elect.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
I had to let my professor know I was missing class.
Oh,
That's
Jesus.
Why
What
sorry,
class?
dude. It's my studio for landscape architecture. It's not super important. Okay, so can you ask me, do you remember that question?
Don't let him hear you say that, Jesus.
I'm sorry,
God.
what?
No, okay. Don't let him hear you say that, Jesus.
Oh, no, it's important. I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
She said I could.
Okay.
So can you ask me that question one more time? Do you remember it?
Are you ChatGPTing this in the background?
No.
So basically the question was, you were saying that there is an obligation to take care of a child out of the womb, so there should be an obligation to take care of a child in the womb.
I'm probably going to watch
and I was
this
arguing
one.
that the obligation that you're talking about in the womb,
then
that's of a
wrap.
different kind than out of the womb.
This
because we don't
segment.
rely on like body parts to sustain a child, even if you might rely on like people working.
The last question that I didn't answer at the end.
I think that was it. Like, why do you think that these aren't the same?
Because it's worth it. It's human life. When two people decide to have sex, they are consenting to being parents and to taking care of a child's life, even if it means great physical harm to themselves or possibly even dying, like you said, like giving a kidney. I think it's worth it to bring someone else into this world.
But then would you legally obligate it?
Yes.
So so if your child has like a kidney failure at like 7 years old, as an adult, you would legally have to donate your kidney to your child.
I see where you're going with this.
Right. I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
In like a scenario like that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think most people would be on board with that. That's a position you could
that's
take.
okay, but
Sure.
that's just my opinion.
The second question I asked, or it was the first one before this, was like, when do you consider a person like dead?
When there is no more activity or any signs of life.
Well, there's still like signs of life, like stuff
Chapingro, thank you for gifting 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for making it rain. I parasocially love you guys.
is happening, but like not every cell in your body is dead, or the bacteria are still alive inside. Like, what is is there like a particular cutoff where like once this thing stops happening, I would consider this person dead? Like they can't come back from this point.
Well, what would you say?
Well, I would say your brain function, conscious activity. But if I'm ending life there, I would also begin life there. So I feel like that's when I look at it.
That's what we're talking about with proto-consciousness. That's what I'm talking about. Let me bring that up one more time. So this is where, once again, abortion centrism makes like nobody happy, but it also doesn't seem like my chat is freaking out on me whenever I say it. So I think that Steven just said, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm probably reading too much chat and I'm not paying enough attention to Steven. But Steven said that, where do you view like the cutoff for death? Or at least he brought that up in the earlier conversation. And so the cessation of consciousness and the inability to have consciousness, again, I would view as like a reasonable cutoff point for death. And so if you are in a pre-proto-conscious state, you don't have the capacity for pain, you don't have the capacity for conscious thought, you don't have the capacity for sensory experience. While I would view that as immoral to end your existence because you are a potential human being, I would view that as less morally grievous than ending a potential life that did have proto-consciousness, that did have the capacity for pain. And so that's where, weirdly enough, that's where I draw my line. Because this is what we're talking about. We're talking about like, where do we draw the line of when versus when do we talk about it in terms of morality? And again, my perspective is, if you're going to fertilize an egg and it can be a human being, you should carry that human being to term. Now, that's a very simplistic analysis. So I want a legalistic cutoff where once the fetus has the capacity for pain and consciousness, that's where we're going to cut it off and say, hey, after this point, it is its own thing. You can't kill it just because you feel like it. Boom.
Abortion, I usually say like I think it's around 20 to 24 weeks is like the brain activity for conscious experience emerges.
But you agree that life begins at conception.
I mean, there's a life, sure.
Yes, and that life is valuable.
No, I wouldn't say not until.
Why is it not valuable?
Because there's no conscious experience.
Well, it's going to be a person.
Yeah, and a blueprint is going to be a building, but it's not.
That you can't.
Correct. Doobie is a good leftist because he donates to troll you. That's correct. If you donate $500 just to give me a metaphorical middle finger, you're a good leftist.
That doesn't work.
It does.
Human life is special. It has a soul. It's different than
well, I mean,
like
I don't
a building.
believe in
A building
souls,
doesn't have a soul. So there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect we have. So it's like it'll probably be impossible for us to agree.
I agree with that. So, but the very opening premise I said was because of the way that our society is structured, and that we have a liberal society, that there are necessarily things that we're going to agree and disagree on, and then we have to find like the core issues and codify them in law. And because the abortion thing runs up into this like very fundamental questions about like souls and human life at conception, I feel like there has to be space here for disagreement. But you would disagree?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
So do we disagree to disagree?
I guess.
Okay.
Would you say that I feel like there are a lot of hard bullets you have to bite if you're going to take this stance, though.
Run them off. Run them off.
Well, so like, I've heard totally different numbers, anywhere from 10 to 50% of like pregnancies end in spontaneous abortion, miscarriage, or whatever. That like a lot of women will have maybe like
a. Albert Reihart correctly says, talking about bullying huge pundits when you have 100 viewers is crazy. No offense. Listen. That's fair, Alberto. That's fair. But obviously, the goal is to become large enough to do it. Okay, so we're talking about a hypothetical future where the cog isn't 100 people who are freakishly generous. Seriously, thank you. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Dumpster Buzzard. Thanks you, Tagarung. Thank you, Grassroots, again for the insane oil. Thank you, Chapingro, for the 5 gifted memberships. So yeah, we're a small community. We're obviously a small community. However, my community is very generous to the point that I will probably be able to do this as a career. So if I can do this as a career, then the goal is to not stay at 100 viewers. You know what I'm saying?
Very heavy period, because you were pregnant, and a lot of people don't even realize that they're miscarrying. Would you mandate some type of monitoring system for people that are actively engaged in sex to make sure that somebody's not having like a miscarriage like that?
If you don't say the period blood instance, I wouldn't subject them to that because they didn't know. I'm going based off the non-aggression principle. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yeah, and Candace Owens allegedly is the #1 podcast right now. And Candace Owens is one of the dumbest people in politics. So if Candace Owens can have a successful career, I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, but that fails horribly because you have a baby inside of you that's leaching resources from your body.
It's not because you agree to morally take care of it.
Why do you agree
when
to
you
that?
consent to sex, you also consent to possibly being pregnant.
Why?
Because that's how you create life. That's why you have sex. If you have sex, you consent.
Officer Nasty says, what's Mamdami's most dangerous socialist position? I actually don't think that any of his positions are explicitly socialist. The majority of them are social democrat. So rent freezes, I think we would have to get into economics, which I guess I could touch on briefly. So whenever you do a price hike or a price floor on economics, it's typically not great for the market. So the rent freeze, all that kind of stuff, I would have totally different solutions when it came to that were actually market based. And then same thing with like the buses, like the free buses. If he achieves free buses for all of New York, I think what's going to happen is it's just going to become like another terrible subway issue where homeless people are going to endlessly use the buses in order to sleep, shit, piss, fight, stab other New York citizens. And so there'll probably be a high profile murder or two that are going to make the bus program unpopular. There's a whole host of technocratic issues there. And I do think that the socialists, like the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and the communist, moneyless, stateless, classless society instincts, because he has tweets from 5 years ago talking about this stuff. He will probably govern infinitely more pragmatically, but I think he's hiding his power level. I think he's hiding his power level. I don't think he's gonna. If he said, "Hey guys, I'm gonna make food free and housing free in New York," I don't think that would actually happen. Okay. However, it's kind of like AOC and Bernie Sanders. Do they seem like nice people overall? Yeah, sure. Are they misguided leftists who are hiding their power level? Probably.
Also being pregnant.
If you park your car in a bad
not
neighborhood,
the same.
why
Car
not?
doesn't have a soul.
Well, if you park your car in a bad neighborhood, don't you consent to some possibility of a break-in?
You can't use that argument because that's different. This is
Yeah, see, Dr. Zaya says Mamdami sucks and even Destiny sweeps for him. That's what makes me sick. Yeah, that's what makes me sick is like Hutch, my liberal warrior against the left. Even he's like, yeah, Mamdami won. Woo! That's like, why? Like, I understand from like a pragmatic perspective why you would be happy that a left winger won over a right winger, but why would you be cheering if you thought that he was R-slurred? You know, I just don't like leftism, bro. I just don't like Marx, bro.
human life we're talking about, not a car.
Yeah, but you're talking about consent, and a person can do everything they can to block that from happening. But even if
Grassroots with the 20. Destiny's entirely right. We destroyed the post-antebellum period, inviting people that were hardcore segregationists immediately back into Congress. Better to have the fight now than later. Yeah, I'm with you. We're in a spiritual crisis on the left, the right, and the country, and we need to figure this shit out. I don't want to be having the same conversations when my kids are adults.
It's just not an argument you can use for it.
Why not?
Because it's not comparable to a human life.
Well, I'm comparing it.
I mean, that's your take. I mean,
They're different, obviously, but comparisons are for different things, not the same thing. If it was the same thing, I would just be comparing the same thing to the same thing.
I just can't agree with that.
I think I think it's weird to use that because you're making it sound like a force of nature almost, or like a rock rolling down a hill. That like you're saying
well,
the word
you
consent.
agree that we're just animals, right? We have no souls. So I mean, if you want to, then yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I think that word consent is being used very strangely there to say that you're consenting.
Yeah, so sorry, you guys are asking me for specifics about Mamdami. Mamdami said in a speech. It's a clip. It's 5 seconds long, but I think it's a fundamentally incorrect instinct. It's there is no problem too big for government to solve, and there is no problem so small that government can't care about it. That is a fundamentally incorrect political perspective. Okay? In my opinion, government is necessary as a stopgap. Okay? When society fails, when the economy fails, when there's a market failure or a failure of free people to act morally, that's when government should step in. It should be viewed as a weapon or a tool of last resort. Saying there is no problem too complex for government to solve, and there is no problem so small that the government can't care about it, that is a fucking crazy statement. And it sounds wholly rooted in a communist worldview. And I don't just mean communist like Marxist. I mean communist as in commune. I mean that like he thinks collectively. And weirdly enough, he thinks in like a Care Bear collectivism. Like if you stub your toe, that's my problem. I should come out of the woodwork and be like, oh my God, sweetie, I'm so sorry that you hurt your toe. Ooh, mwah. Here's a kiss on your forehead. Oh, let me go get a Band-Aid and some antibacterial soap. Like that's what that sounds like to me, is that the government becomes your mom or your dad. And I am not interested in that kind of country. Batusai says, not just democratic socialism, Democrats in general. We can talk about that anyways.
To pregnancy.
We can talk about that later. I don't want to get dragged down in too many details. I want to let this like abortion guy finish up his stuff, then wrap the segment, then talk to you guys about Mamdami, then move into the next segment.
And pregnancy.
By having sex, even if you're using contraception.
Yep. Yeah. It's an unpopular take.
Well, but I don't think it's unpopular. I think it's nonsense. Yeah. I don't think the word consent.
That it counts for, if you have to agree that if you have sex, there's a chance of having a kid. Can you not?
Sure, but like I don't understand how that doesn't carry over into any other facet of life where...
Because we are the only beings on this planet that have souls.
No, what I'm saying, like if I'm taking preventative measures for bad things happening to me in other circumstances, am I still consenting to those bad things happen if they happen to get through the preventative measures?
It's just not comparable to human life.
Why not?
Because
pretend we're just having a conversation, okay?
Yeah.
I locked my door, okay? And then somebody breaks in and steals my stuff. Would you ever say to a person, well, in a way, I mean, like you have a house there, you know there are thieves that like exist in society, you're kind of consenting to somebody breaking in and stealing your stuff by having your stuff in your house.
It's not, you can't compare that.
No, I'm not comparing it. I'm just saying, just say your friends, you say that, you complain to me. Somebody broke into your dorm and they stole your Xbox 7 or whatever you guys are up to, okay? And then I say, well, you had an Xbox in your dorm, you're kind of consenting to it being stolen by having it.
No.
Why would you say no to that?
Because when you consent to having sex,
whoa, we're not talking about sex. I'm talking about Xbox.
To having pregnancy.
But I'm just talking about the Xbox. When you consent to having something in your dorm. I'm not comparing it. I'm just talking to you about your Xbox 7, okay? Somebody breaks into your dorm, they steal your Xbox.
It's okay. We just disagree.
No, I just want to engage with this. We're not talking about, we're done, okay? We're done with the abortion conversation,
right.
Okay? Somebody broke into your dorm, you complain to me, they stole my Xbox, and I'm telling you, you consented to having it stolen by having it in your dorm. Somebody could feasibly break in and steal it.
That's a different comparison.
I'm not comparing it.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm just asking you about that.
You're trying to get me to answer that so that
I'm just curious what your answer would be. What would you say? No, I'm not. I'm not even comparing anymore.
Yes, you are.
I concede the whole abortion debate. Okay, I'm pro-life now. Okay, you won that.
Let's go.
So now I'm just on the Xbox 7 thing. So somebody breaks in, they steal your Xbox, and you're complaining to me. I'm like, well, didn't you consent to that being stolen because they stole because you had it in your dorm?
I'm not falling for your traps.
It's not a trap.
It is a trap. You're literally trying to get me.
I'm not. I'm saying that you're giving a very strange notion to the word consent. Your intuition.
It's not strange at all.
No, it's strange because your intuition pumping. Because when you consent to something, the understanding of that word intuitively, normatively, is that you're saying that, well, I accept this thing happening. But you're using consent in a very strange way because if you use contraception, you're literally saying, I don't consent. I don't want this to happen. And you're saying, well, some things get through. But that's not consent.
Because
that's accepting the possibility
that there's a chance that you might get pregnant even if you use contraception.
Accepting, and you know there's a chance somebody will break into your house even if you lock the door. That doesn't mean you consent to being burglared from.
Because human life has an
it's not about
way
human
more
life.
value.
You're abusing the word consent.
No, I'm not.
Pingro says Florida volunteer troop when? Honestly, man, whenever I have a little bit extra cash. You guys are doing fantastic, by the way. So thank you for the oil today. Thank you for the oil in general. But obviously, whoever said that we're like 100 viewer Andy, they're totally correct. We need to be 1,000 viewer Andy. That way, I'm not solely reliant on Grassroots Hegemon, Patriarch, Christian Valeris, and a host of other Oilers. We do need to grow. And so to that end, I think we need to start doing like TikTok debates. I think we need to start doing other collabs and stuff. And we also need to keep debating in the right-wing space. So, you know, basically what I'm saying is we do need to grow, and then I need some extraneous cash in order to be able to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, I would absolutely love to have a Florida disaster relief aid group. That would be fucking awesome.
I am not abusing it.
You
at all.
are.
No,
You're,
I'm not.
just because
you're undermining it.
No,
actually.
you're undermining it. What are you talking about?
I just can't believe that you believe life begins at conception, but you're still okay with killing people.
I didn't
It's
say
incredible.
personhood. The thing that we care about begins at your conscious experience, because that's when you die.
Alberto Reihart says, my point was, I think you should try scaling your takes according to the leverage you have in the moment. Watch Nick for years, and he did that more effective. I don't even agree, Alberto Reihart. I think Nick always shot above his station. Nick was talking crazy shit about people who were way bigger than him. He was talking shit about Tucker Carlson. He was talking shit about Destiny. He was talking shit about Vosh. He was talking shit about elected political officials. He was talking shit about the federal government. He was talking shit about international Jewry. He was talking shit about the red pill. I do not accept the fact that Nick Fuentes was streaming to 80 people on Twitch or YouTube or Cozy TV, and he was like, I'm just a small bean. I'm just a small bean. No, Nick always acted like he had the biggest dick in the room. Nick, which by the way, probably doesn't. But Nick always acted like he was going to get where he got, or like get where he wanted to get. And as a result, he got to where he got. Now, maybe it's not exactly where he wanted to be, but he still ended up being what? A multi-millionaire because people keep like gifting him crypto. He's like a multi-millionaire political pundit with an independent website that can't be shut down. Listen, man, I do not accept that Nick Fuentes was a cute little small bean. I don't think I've ever seen any video evidence to point to that whatsoever. Nice try, though.
That's incredible. Can I shake your hand, though? Come on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just don't kill me.
Don't kill me. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. I'll leave it there for now. We did around 30 minutes of coverage over the course of 2 hours. That's pretty much our thing, about what we expect. My thing, excuse me. So I don't have a frustration with this. I actually think this is exactly what needs to be going on. I hope Steven doesn't get killed. I hope he keeps doing college debates. I actually enjoyed the abortion one. I also enjoyed, there was another one in here. Fascism and Trump. I'm annoyed as hell with liberals not just listening to me. I've told Destiny about political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I've told Pisco about flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism. Neither one of those motherfuckers have listened to me. Very frustrating. Anyways, it was fun. Let's end that segment and move into the next one. But first, let's talk about Zoran Mandami. Okay? Let's talk about Zoran. Zoran Mandami. Okay, can I point this out to you real quick? I'm gonna point this out to you. We're gonna add this back, and we're gonna do another paint. Where's the paint? Oh, quick shell. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. So let's just talk about, like, I don't know, rural and city-based life and supply and demand. And let's talk about New York City in particular. But this also applies to LA, by the way. So what's going on here is the deepest concentric circle is New York City. This is metaphorical. It's not to scale. It's not accurate. But New York City is one of the largest, most powerful markets on the planet. Okay. I think that New York City's GDP is comparable to like some countries. Like, let's take a look at it. What is New York City's GDP? is 1.3 trillion. What is Los Angeles's GDP? 1.3 trillion. What is New York's GDP? 2 trillion. Okay, they are actually 60% of the state's GDP. They are 1/20th the entire GDP of the country. They are a crazy economic powerhouse. And there's all sorts of there's tangibles and intangibles for why you want to live there. The reason why you want to live there, let me go ahead and write this down. Because dude, I've had plenty of people who have like plenty of friends who moved and lived and still live in New York. So let's just write this down real quick. What are the things that make people want to move to New York? Crazy large economy, plenty of job opportunities, world recognized city, excellent food, excellent, well, I don't even want to say excellent, robust public transit, excellent nightlife, prestige of being in the city. And then I would put intangibles. And prestige is an intangible, but it's a real one. Intangible benefits. And so what happens with New York City and with every other major city in the United States is there are a constant flow of people who want to live in New York. All right, constant. There are always transplants. There are always people who want to be in there. Now, the suburbs, I would say, let's say like surrounding New York, okay? Let's say surrounding New York. So, suburbs, access to large economy, plenty of jobs if you commute, access to world-renowned city, access to good food, private transit, because you probably have to do a car, right? Private transit, less access to nightlife / prestige. Okay. This is like suburban life. And then what I would say is rural life. Rural life is, well, what would you say? Rural life, God. Agriculture is necessary for civilization. Can own large property. Tons of privacy. Can pee and poop on your own front yard. Can shoot guns on your own property. Slower pace to life. More appreciative of the cycle of life. Can still find a homesteady, crunchy girl to have your babies. Okay? This is what I would say are like the advantages and disadvantages of every location. And so what's constantly happening is there is a higher demand for the crazy big cities. There is a strong demand for the suburbs. I live in the suburbs. I'm a suburbanite. There's a moderate demand for the rural life, but oftentimes what happens for suburbanites and also for urbanites is that they fantasize about the rural life, but the rural life is oftentimes more difficult than what they want to do. And it's more maintenance than they want to do. They don't want to take care of the property. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. They still want to have access to Walmart and Target and Chipotle and Taco Bell and all the suburbanite trappings. They want suburbanite or urban trappings, and they want a rural fantasy. Okay. The rural life is oftentimes more difficult. But because of the outsized demand in a crazy large economy, what ends up happening is it's difficult to live here because it's hard to afford it. And so my argument would be that since the urban centers require a working class, what's actually necessary for a urban setting to not become dysfunctional is that it needs to have a living space that is dedicated to the working class people and affordable to the working class people who want to live in the urban center. But this area should be constantly in flux. It should not be stagnant in that people live and die multi-generationally within the working class. What should happen is people should come here for the vibrant economy, for all the access to all the goods of a hyper urban society. But then what should happen is that working class should be pushing out into the suburbanite area once they've achieved their goals, or they should be pushing out into the rural area. And so economically, like, you are not entitled to a urbanite, hedonistic, childless existence. If you can afford one, awesome, good for you. But I don't care that there's market pressure for the working class to move into the city to get access to opportunity. And then I actually think there should be market pressure for the working class to move out. So this whole thing where you're like, oh, well, I'm going to freeze, like, for instance, subletting. Subletting is a problem with the market freeze of living costs. With subletting, and I'll wrap this up because I know this is relatively dry, but subletting is effectively where they've created a market disincentive where they said, oh, you can only charge this much rent because this is what the working class can afford. And so what ends up happening is the working class people who get access to that, they're like, oh shit, well, the market rate is still double what I'm being charged. Therefore, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go live in the suburbs. I'm going to charge the market rate for my apartment. Hopefully my tenant doesn't snitch on me. And then as a result, I can go live in the suburbs with a subsidized income. That's like a market failure right there. Whereas what I think would be better is maybe you have the price controls related to what the working class can afford within, I don't know, 10% or 25% of the housing within a hyper urban district. But what you're doing is you're not renting to them for a low price and then forgetting about them. You are strictly enforcing that the people who live in those apartments are working class, or else the entire economic incentives break down. And just as an example of this, my journalist friend probably has a 6-figure income. His girlfriend has like a high 5-figure, low 6-figure income. They did a lottery for a rent controlled apartment and they got it. And then they're never moving unless they want to have kids. They might want to have kids, so they might be moving to suburban Florida. But right now they're in New York. They're in Brooklyn, I think. They're never moving because they're actually a working class part of the family or part of the city. And so I don't really have a problem with that, making the city accessible to the workers who actually make the city operate. I do have a problem with creating perverse economic incentives that jack up the society. Thank you, baby. All right, let me save that. And let's start up the next segment. I'll respond to chat, though, real quick. Urbanite economic incentives. Let me take a look at this. All right, let me check in with chat. Then we'll move into the Nick Fuentes segment. How about instead of fixing society, New York figures out how bins work? True. They have their own rat problems, bro. You want to solve the economy through socialism, but you can't even figure out the rat problem? Get the fuck out of here. Tag wrong. How much do you want to bet rent freezes didn't stop the housing shortage from worsening? Yep. I'll agree that fear panic is cringe. West Coast girl. I lived here since 99. COVID, 9/11, Sandy were all huge things. It's hard to imagine Mamdami's change actually changing much. Yeah. And that's the other thing. New York City is a beast unto itself. There's a reason why collectivism has 2 L's and individualism only has 1. True. Officer Nasty says, lucky I neverly said, oh, you guys are still fighting. Destiny thinks he can debate abortion. It's comical. What was wrong with his debate on abortion? I didn't see anything wrong with that. Thraxi Mundar says, if we are honest, Mamdani being elected and failing would be your best hope because it proves the notion of these policies are terrible. That's what local government is for. Sure. I'm fairly certain they made it worse, but I'm not in a position to look at it. All right, scrolling. It's funny how bad arguments bring out Stephen's best. I did enjoy those debates. I'm actually surprised that Badusai didn't like it. I have but little oil to give. It's okay, brother. I love your $2 and $5 super chats when you can afford them. Connor, principled people are not popular right now. I know. But we suffer. We wake up, we push, and we suffer. West Coast Girl says, Stephen grew by doing major debates that were super confrontational and capitalizing on major news moments with some edgy takes plus drama. Yeah. I need to rethink my marketing strategy. Dice5 says, if the volunteer stuff you want to do is real, hit me up. I just helped a buddy win a seat in local government. Yeah, no, it's real. Believe it or not, we had a guy named King Solidus. He's in chat sometimes. He has as a matter of fact, I'll plug that real quick. Let me see if I still have it saved. King Solidus has a GoFundMe because his shoulder's all jacked up and he's a working class schmo. Here it is. Here's the GoFundMe. And I'm sure other people donated, but I think that we as a community raised $700 for him. And we're trying to get $2,000 for him to be able to afford his deductible so he can get imaging and medical care. So yeah, we do cool things every now and then. Alberto Reihart says, I think my point is kind of nuanced. I'm not saying he never punched above his weight. I'm talking specifically about things that sound like strategy and actionable things. Well, I'll agree with you that I need to work on my marketing strategy. That's for sure. I probably need to move into short form content. I probably need to do more debate content. I probably need to figure out how to do more collabs, but it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard when I know that I can just go live and stream to 100 and 150 people and my Oilers will back me. But that's why we need to grow because I can't rely solely on my Oilers. Andrew JD says, any chance of you coming out to AmFest event in Phoenix with Unfuck America? That event is going to be huge. You probably get hella content out of it. I need to talk to Z. I need to see what their budget is. I don't want to presume resources that they could direct to somebody else. However, there's plenty of nerds at Unfuck America. Is my wife doing better? Yes. She's on double antibiotics and a nebulizer. And so she broke her fever and she's doing okay. She's doing okay. Come to Jersey fashion, one of us. Cool. Sacred Snow for 5 says, for being very late and gay. Hope Mrs. Points is feeling better. Thank you for the donation, King. Appreciate you. You need to paint minis on OnlyFans. True. All right, quick shout out to our donors, then we'll move into the next segment. Thank you to Anonymous Shatter and Grassroots for kicking us off. Thank you to Dumpster Buzzard and Tagaroon for the super chats. Thank you to Grassroots for donating 20 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, bud. Thank you to Shapingro for 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you to Grassroots for the 20, and thank you to Sacred Snow for the 5. I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. What we're going to do now is I think we need to go back. I know this might be, it's not going to be dry. It's still going to be good commentary. But the Civil War is so important. The right-wing Civil War is so important that I want to see the end of the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes segment. Because we got like biographical with Nick. We did not get into the Joseph Stalin stuff. We didn't get into, why Fuentes decided to challenge the conservative establishment. Is that 3502? I'm probably going to skip to an hour and take it from there. Just because like this is, I hate to like overhype it, but this is a watershed moment. This is where the online dissident far right has broken into the mainstream, courtesy of Tucker Carlson. The mainstream right, like the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro, are fighting back. And the future of what right-wing discourse is going to look like is going to be decided by this. And so I think we need to cover it, even if it's, 5 days old, 6 days old. So let me do an intro and get cracking. So Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. The Republican Party is in trouble because the soul is being fought for by paleo-conservatives, Christian nationalist, dissident right-wingers like Mr. Nick the Knife Fuentes. They're being mainstreamed by media pundits like Tucker Carlson, and there is a fight between the Zionist conservatives, the neoconservatives. I would argue the social conservatives should probably have something to say about Nick Fuentes, and the fiscal conservatives definitely should have something to say. So what the future of the Republican Party looks like is actually up in the air. And so we're going to take a look at Nick Fuentes, one of the youngest dissident right-wing speakers who has a lot of momentum around him, and we'll take it from there. I'll be pausing intermittently and eating breakfast tacos that my wife brought me.
Say specifically as it pertains to, you, I think, have said it's the neocons, it's the neocons.
Andrew JD says Z loves you, so she'll be happy to bring you out. I'll text her.
And I think that neoconservatism, where does it arise from? It arises from Jewish leftists who were mugged by reality when they saw the surprise attack in the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of it for sure. But then, like, how do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that, John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all, George W. Bush, like Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen like be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then the Christian Zionists who are, well, Christian Zionists. Like, what is that?
Right.
And I could just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody, because like, what? Because it's Christian heresy, and I'm offended by that as a Christian. That's why. So I don't, like, why not? Like, I'm pissed at the neocons, very pissed. I've said that a million times. I've been mad since December of 2003 when I went to Iraq. And so, like, I went and asked straightforward questions to Ted Cruz, because that seemed like there's a sitting senator who's like serving for Israel by his own description. He seemed like a worthy target. I'm not going after MTG, who's like the most sincere like, why not go after Ted Cruz? I don't understand.
Well, again, with Marjorie, I was a friend of hers, and she spoke at my conference, and then the day after, she pretended like she didn't know me. And that was in 2022.
But it's a continuum. Like you said yourself, you showed up in college, like one set of views, they evolve as you interact with reality, as the reality itself changes, as like you learn things, you grow, like whatever, people change.
Well, and look, now that everyone agrees with me, I will graciously forgive them for being
But why
so
make
hostile.
it personal? Like, who cares?
It's not personal for me. Like with Marjorie, if she wanted to, be aligned or whatever, I would totally be on board with her.
But where do you disagree with her?
Cameron Mosley says, funny how Nick brings up neoconservatives, but doesn't bring up Irving Kristol or William F. Buckley. No, I think he does. I think he does. So I wouldn't, I've heard Nick talk about Irving and Bill Kristol repeatedly. I've heard him talk about neoconservatism at length. I've heard him talk about paleoconservatism versus neoconservatism. So I actually, if there's any quote unquote rhetorical sins of omission, I don't think it wouldn't be because Nick wouldn't be comfortable talking about those topics. I think he actually would be incredibly comfortable talking about paleoconservatism versus neoconservatism.
I don't know, because I don't know what her new views are. She's really only come around on Israel this year, and I've been talking about this issue for 10 years. And
Right? Okay. All right, you win. But like,
no, but it's not. But it's not like
isn't
that.
it-
It's just it's a little. It feels like BS to me that. And I said this on Twitter the other day. It's like I got treated like I didn't exist.
Right, I get
and canceled for 10 years for saying these things. And that's really where all this drama comes from. A time when there was this intense censorship and nobody was on board with this stuff. Like, again, Marjorie, she fired one of my people was working in her office. She fired that guy because someone found out that a groiper was working in her office. And that guy got his life ruined, and she pretended like she didn't know me and lied and said, I had no idea the conference I was speaking at. She knew exactly what it was. And that's fine. But now that she's on the same page, there's like this expectation like, okay, well, why did you have a problem with her in the past? It's like, because she was on the other team in the past.
Yeah, well, so was everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
so now
so are
that-
you.
Yeah,
I mean,
well-
so what? I mean, what? Why not? You want? It's got to be bigger than just like us, right? And it's not. I don't think. Well, I'll speak for myself. I don't feel like I'm at war with the neocons or Israel. It's much bigger than that. It's like you want to restore America to a place where your grandchildren would enjoy growing up. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and as far as
So
Marjorie,
it's not who cares. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
okay, lots of people hurt if Dave Rubin called me tonight, which he would never do, though he has my cell. And
Nick cares. And by the way, just talking about this emotionally, not talking about this politically. Nick cares because he was thrown under the bus for a decade, and now the right wing is aping his talking points. They say that, like they sanitize it, right? They're like, oh, we're not criticizing Israel. We're criticizing the Giga Zionists of Israel who are doing messed up things in the West Bank and Gaza. Oh, we're not criticizing all of Jews. We're criticizing the state of Israel. So there's always the caveat in order to like not be called anti-Semitic, even if you're going to be called anti-Semitic anyways. And there's a broader appeal to big tent GOP anti-racism and all that kind of stuff. But the truth is that Nick's obviously had a impact on discourse because, in my opinion, he staked out the furthest right-wing position you could really go without getting killed. And by the way, somebody tried to kill Nick. So realistically, Nick staked out the furthest right position where you could get killed, but maybe not everybody would kill you, right? And I think the only way that would make Nick's position more dangerous if he was actually like a Nazi. Now, we've talked about this before. He's an anti-Semitic, Christian theocrat, authoritarian, who doesn't care about the Constitution and blah, 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 blah. We've already talked about the distinctions. But I think the only way that he could risk his life more was to be like an out and out white supremacist, neo-nationalist, racial anti-Semite. Then a few more people might actually try to physically kill him. So, but by staking out that position and then MAGA accelerating to the right, he was there waiting for them with philosophical open arms to say, oh, you want to go the furthest you can go without getting killed? I'm right here. Give me your most passionate people.
and said, I'm really sorry I called you Hitler. Like, I didn't mean it. You're raising lots of legitimate questions, which I think I sort of agree with or am thinking about in a deeper way. I'd be like, great.
yeah.
Like, I don't care.
And look,
What is the criticism of Tucker for interviewing Nick when he is pushing back on him and his views? Because there was other like more clean shit. Like he brings up like, oh, like I like Stalin. And they didn't dig into that. He just let it happen.
Tucker, that's why I'm sitting here, Right. I mean, because we had a contentious dialogue.
Well, I
for
thought you were a
time.
Fed. I
I thought you were a Fed.
I was a Fed.
Yeah.
I'm not a Fed. But whatever, I don't care what people
Yeah,
think.
we showed each other a badge as we know well.
No, but I thought you were a Fed because I was like, why not? It's not cucking to say you're not talking about all Jews when you oppose a foreign policy position. It's not. There's nothing liberal about that. It's just true. That's the Christian position.
Mhm.
Okay. And two, why are you attacking like the best people and not the worst people?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, he disavowed me for my views on Israel and said I talk too much about white people and Christianity. And to me,
Right.
that's like a sincere ideological disagreement.
I get it.
And, same thing with Marjorie. Marjorie fired my guy. She disavowed me. And, and you worked with Blumenthal on that article, but you called me on the phone and we talked.
I
And
mean,
we
I
settled
was
it.
like, what? From my perspective, this is all so stupid and inside baseball and whatever. But for the record, I was like, first of all, who is this kid? I'm working at Fox News. I'm aware there's an internet, but I'm more out of it than you may appreciate. And I'm like, out of nowhere, attacking this one. I had Joe Kent here to my house and did this interview with him. And I'm always in search of a sincere politician. Don't have to agree on everything, but I really believe sincerity is the whole game. If someone's heart is pure, he will be brave. I always have thought that. And it's turned out to be true. Marjorie's a perfect example. And that's all that matters. If you're afraid inside, if you're weak inside, you will crumble when it matters. So I really felt like, wow, Joe, don't agree with him on everything, of course, but I was like, this guy is really sincere. He's like a good person. And then you show up and you're like, he's a CIA officer and he was a CIA contractor, but like really like crush the guy. And it's like, why of all people, you agree on 90% of stuff, you know? That was my view. And I was like, well, clearly this kid's a Fed.
Right. But you didn't know the whole story.
I didn't. You're absolutely right.
And look, and now that, and I'm not trying to be combative. I think that.
Go ahead. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
Here's what I'm trying to say is now that Marjorie is pushing in the right direction, I absolutely support everything she's saying. And I've not been critical of her at all this year.
Yeah.
Because I think that what she's doing is extremely courageous. And I think you're right. She is sincere.
So it sounds like you're, not to put words in your mouth, but your life experience has left you so stung by the Republican establishment. You don't trust anybody, it sounds like.
Well, no, I mean, these people attacked me when the rules were different, and now they got better, and now I'm good with them. I mean, I'm willing to be good with them, but I think that I don't know if Marjorie still has a problem with me or not.
I don't know. I do know, though, and this is the last criticism I will level, and it's maybe not even your fault, but I do know that, the coordinated attacks against totally reasonable questions about what's in America's interest and what's not, those are all coordinated by the Israeli government. It's all come to light now. And they're against me. I've always thought I have the world's most moderate position on Israel. Don't hate Israel. Just don't want to get involved in their wars. Don't want to pay for this. Don't want to pay for abortion on demand in a foreign country. Sorry. When we're cutting food stamps on our own, like that's outrageous. It's not America first. That's my view. Not embarrassed of it at all. They are totally determined to take me out, I think because I'm reasonable. Who would disagree with that? And call me all these names, the most dangerous anti-Semite. I'm not even an anti-Semite. And they're not doing that to you because, this is my view, and this is not necessarily your fault, but because they're like, Fuentes discredits the reasonable people because he's always banging on about the Jews. And so he makes everyone else look like a Nazi. And so it's like he's playing a pretty valuable role in the same way that Israel has always funded extremism throughout the Middle East, including Hamas, because it discredits the reasonable people. That's a fact.
Yeah. I would just say I disagree. I mean, because you said the other day, they like me. I don't know what you're talking about when you say that because
I don't know.
Let me just kind of rebut that.
Well, by the way, I'm not saying you have anything to do with this. I'm just saying I've noticed the phenomenon.
Totally. And I just reject that because they have been messing with me for my entire adult life. I mean,
the
ADL got me banned on YouTube. The SPLC posted my house on their website.
What do you mean posted your house?
They posted a photo of my house on their website.
How can they do that?
I guess that's a free speech thing.
The SPLC posted a picture of your house on their website?
Yes.
When?
In 2022.
Actually?
Yes, they wrote an article. They said Nick Fuentes bought a building in this city. And they said, we interviewed his neighbors and property records reveal this and that. And on the front page, the picture for the article is my house where I live.
That's crazy. And then someone showed up with a gun and tried to kill you at that house?
Yes. So that's why I say, you say, well, they're not doing this to you. It's like the ZOA, the SPLC, the ADL, the Daily Wire. All these groups have been on me for years. So that's news to me if they're really endorsing my activities.
It could just be my perception. But I guess what I'm saying is, as someone who thinks his own views are like completely reasonable, pass every smell test, you could x-ray my soul. I don't think there's a lot of hate in there. And to the extent that they do make me feel hateful, the people who attack me, I do like say prayers about it. We're not allowed to hate people as we forgive those who trespass against us. That's like our core prayer. So I just feel like I don't know. Am I being paranoid? I feel like going on about the Jews like helps the neocons. That's
what about my views do you think are unreasonable if yours are reasonable?
I think, again, I don't think it's cucky. I think it's reality to say that guilt is not inherited. Blood guilt is bad. One of the reasons that I'm mad about Gaza is because the Israeli position is everyone who lives in Gaza is a terrorist because of how they were born, including the women and the children. That's not a Western view. That's an Eastern view. That's a non-Christian. That's totally incompatible with Christianity and Western civilization. They say, oh, we're the defenders of Western civilization. Not with that attitude. You're not. Collective punishment is the enemy of Western civilization.
Yeah.
And so I hate that attitude. It's genocidal. The current claims that I'm a cancer, from Ben Shapiro, whatever, we need to be excised from the body of conservatism is a genocidal position that it basically encourages violence, as they well know. The whole thing I hate.
Mm-hmm.
So like anytime you...
All right. So I probably need to catch up with what they're actively saying. But the one thing that I wanted to bring up, which I think is accurate, is that we have competing narratives within the conservative movement. And I would say that right now, it's probably 70-30, 80-20 Judeo-Christian nationalism to Christian nationalism when we're talking about these narratives. However, I think the Christian nationalists have the momentum and they're making substantive inroads into the Judeo-Christian nationalism, probably because of ethno-religious and racial resentments that have bubbled up with the rise of progressive social media. So the Judeo-Christian nationalist narrative, I would argue, is that the Old Testament / Judaism is the Abrahamic origin of Christianity and to some degree Islam. The constitutional framework of the United States allows people of all faiths and denominations to work together toward shared goals. Christians, Jews, moderate Muslims, and other people of good faith can push for the betterment of the United States and the world. The United States and Israel are allies in modernizing the world through military supremacy, diplomacy, neoconservative regime change, plans that can reshape the Middle East to mutual benefit. Israel can get peaceful neighbors, and the United States can have a stabilized energy market. I think this is something that I believe. I think that there are legitimate criticisms of Israel's conduct in the West Bank and Gaza. I think the fact that they haven't negotiated a two-state solution is 100% something that you can take extreme issue with. I also will not be surprised if people in my chat have a more harsh criticism of the nation state of Israel than I do, based off of the video evidence of atrocity occurring within Gaza. Now, Christian nationalists are something that was popular, not just in Germany, but also in the United States. Christian nationalism has existed the entirety of the existence of Christendom. Okay. As a matter of fact, weirdly enough, I would argue that the first Christian nationalists were the generals under Constantine who argued that Christendom should be implemented into the real world. So in my opinion, whenever Constantine seized power, that was actually when Christian nationalism was born. So it's like a 2,000-year-old tradition. But what a lot of Christian nationalists believe is that Christ's covenant eliminates the need for Judaism because it's the new covenant. Judaism is vestigial. So for those of you who don't know, a T-Rex has vestigial arms. If you've ever wondered why a T-Rex has very, very, very small front arms, vestigial means like unnecessary, redundant. And so from a Christian nationalist perspective, Judaism is a vestigial religion that no longer needs to exist. World War II history. The reason why I phrased it this way is because I think that within the Christian nationalist camp, there are different people who are either Holocaust deniers, Holocaust mathematicians, or Holocaust revisionists, or they even believe the entire World War II and Holocaust narrative. They just don't care and don't think that that gives Israel some kind of special ethno-religious national license. And so the way that I phrased it was World War II history may have been exaggerated to bolster support for the fledgling state of Israel and the Zionist project. The Zionist project, of course, being the state of Israel. Israel is not a good ally. They stole our nuclear technology, aerospace technology, military technology, and intelligence, and they attacked the USS Liberty in the 1960s. Criticizing the nation state of Israel or Jews in general will result in unjustified accusations of anti-Semitism. I, of course, think some of these accusations are justified, but that's neither here nor there. The ADLE or the ADL, SPLC, ZOA, AIPAC, and Daily Wire are Israel's mouthpiece, co-opting Christian conservatives into the Judeo-Christian conservative narrative. Christians need to seize power within America so they're not a downtrodden / persecuted minority being persecuted by atheists, secularists, pagans, Muslims, and Jews. If anybody has any issue with these competing narratives, I still think that these are relatively accurate. We could add more details, but I think what I've written is accurate. So I'm going to put Christian, thank you for the kisses. Give me a second. Nationalism, hey, stop, versus Judeo-Christian conservatism. All right, let's save that, and then let's try to respond specifically to what they've said so far. In my opinion, they've really just been talking about like, oh, Nick, you need to chill. You need to chill out with the anti-Semitic remarks. That's kind of what I've heard so far. All right.
Say a whole group of people is responsible for the sins of some of its members. Like, I'm out.
Yeah, but that's not my view.
It's not. Okay. So tell me your views. Like, rather than, you're one of those people, one of the reasons I wanted to meet you is you're one of those people who is defined by clips.
Yes.
And I'm one of those people also.
Yes.
Right? So I get it. So I'm going to just shut up and you tell me what you actually believe.
Yeah. Well, and listen, I mean, and I appreciate you saying that because that's just a reality of the media environment we're in. So I don't expect you to know all my views, but I mean, as far as the Jews are concerned, I think that, like I said, you cannot actually divorce Israel and the neocons and
Grassroots for $20 says, if I had half of Nick's born-in wealth, I'd be asking what a spine costs. Both of these people are sniveling cowards. Grassroots, I hate to disagree with you, but I think I have to. I think that my frustration with Tucker is that I do think that he is a gelatinous propagandist. I think that he started simping for Russia and simping for Qatar because he knew he could make money that way. When it comes to Nick, though, I actually think Nick... I don't think he's purely a propagandist. I think he actually believes the bullshit he says.
all those things that you talk about from Jewishness, ethnicity, religion, identity. And let me give you like a perfect example. So you say on your show that we need to treat Israel like any other country. And I sort of understand that in principle because Israel is another foreign country.
Yeah.
But Israel is unlike every other country in the sense that because the Jewish people are in a diaspora all over the world, there are significant numbers of Jews in Europe, but also in the United States. And because of their unique heritage and story, which is that they're a stateless people, they're unassimilable, they resist assimilation for thousands of years. And I think that's a good thing. And now they have this territory in Israel.
See you, patriarch.
There's a deep religious affection for the state. It's bound up in their identity, the story of the Exodus from Egypt, the promise of the land, all these things. So let's say in the United States, for example, somebody like a Sheldon Adelson, he's not Israeli. Is he an ideological neocon? Does he believe in the promise of democratic globalism? I don't think necessarily. His heart is in Israel. And it's because he is a proud Jewish person. And I guess what I'm saying is that if you are a Jewish person in America, you're sort of, and again, it's not because they're
dual loyalty
born, but it's sort of a rational self-interest politically to say, I'm a minority. I'm a religious ethnic minority. This is not really my home. My ancestral home is in Israel. There's like a natural affinity that Jews have for Israel. And I would say on top of that, for the international Jewish community. They're extremely organized, and many of them are critical of Israel or Israel's current government or the project of Israel. But I guess what they have in common, unlike, let's say, like Singapore, for example, is that they have this international community across borders, extremely organized, that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country. And there's no other country that has a similar arrangement like that. No other country has a strong identity like that, this religious blood and soil conviction, this history of being in the diaspora, stateless, wandering, persecuted, and in particular, the historic animosity between the Jewish people and the Europeans. They hate the Romans because the Romans destroyed the temple. That's why Eric Weinstein goes to the Arch of Titus and gives it the finger and takes a picture. We don't think like that as Americans and white people. We don't think about the Roman Empire in 2,000 years ago. They do. And so I guess that's really, and I don't think that's me saying the Jews. I don't think that's me being hateful. I don't think that's me being collectivist. I think that's understanding that identity politics, whether you love it or hate it, whatever you feel about it, it's a reality that we live in a world of Jews and Christians, of whites and blacks. These identities mean something to us and they mean things to each other, and we can't sort of wish them away. And it feels like white people and Christians are the only ones that do that.
There's no question about that. Your last point, for sure. One of the reasons they do that is because they've been taught to hate themselves, of course, since the Second World War. Another reason is, however, the reality of a multi-ethnic country requires you to sort of set aside community or group interests in favor of corporate interests, universal interests, national interests. And you have to do that or else it doesn't work. And so, I agree those attitudes. I mean, certainly in other parts of the world, people think this way, but you can't have that here. And so it's just important to remind everybody that, things may be generally true, but like, again, they're not always true. And there are people who just strongly disagree. And by the way, in the specific case of Israel, there are a ton of Orthodox who I know who are opposed to the state of Israel. They're more Jewish than Dave Rubin, a lot more. And yet they oppose it. Jeff Sachs is like the most a wonderful man, who's Jewish and most articulate kind of critic of the state of Israel that I'm aware of.
Yep, so starting to lose him, Tucker.
That's just meaningful. You can't, if everything is inherited, then there's no hope for the continuation of America. Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't think it's genetically inherited. And what you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest, that's absolutely the case. And that's the only way the country's going to stay together.
Exactly. That's my concern.
And I absolutely agree with you. I would say, though, that the main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America. I don't think Bill Ackman is capable of that. I don't think Sheldon Adelson is capable of that. I don't think Yoram Hazony is capable of that, for that matter. And many other, on the right and the left. And I see Jewishness as the common denominator. And you're right. It's not all Jewish people feel the same way. No one would say that, but that does seem to be the common denominator. And I just feel like it needs to be called out explicitly. And I like what you said the other day. If you're serving in another country's military or have dual citizenship, you really can't be a part of this project.
Well, that's an easy one, but I am much more comfortable as a Christian and an American keeping it on that level because, it's easy to just set universal rules that apply to everyone, not just the Jews or the Christians or anybody, just like Americans can only serve in the U.S. military or they lose their passport. I mean, I don't know. That's not hard. And
what I'm drawing, guys, while I'm listening to them talk, because now what they're talking about, what I think they've been talking about for the past few minutes is loyalty. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about national loyalty. And I think that what's interesting to me that's been popping into my head as they've been talking about this is the film Gangs of New York. And for those of you who haven't seen it, by the way, Gangs of New York is kind of incredible. And it echoes into what we're talking about right now, which almost seems silly in a modern context, where you got Bill the Butcher, who is a gang leader in the 5 Points of New York. He's a Protestant, but he's a murderous asshole. But he views his role as keeping back the barbarian Irish hordes from dominating the Native American population. And he does not mean Native Americans. He means English colonists who established the country through the Revolutionary War. And so he has this antipathy and hatred towards the Irish that manifests in a gang conflict between him and the priest, who's played by Liam Neeson, who is one of his greatest rivals. And the priest dies in a gang fight. And so Leonardo DiCaprio is the priest's son, who is taken in by Bill the Butcher in gang activity. His long-term plan is to kill Bill the Butcher in revenge for the death of his father, but he kind of takes on like a paternal role in Leonardo DiCaprio's life. And so he's conflicted between the paternal role of Bill the Butcher versus like the ethno-religious antipathy between the Irish Catholics and the Protestant Anglos. And even Bill's kind of like a walking contradiction. Like he takes the company of an Irish girl who grows up in his care, but then eventually she has romantic feelings for him. So they had a romantic relationship at one point. And then same thing with Leonardo DiCaprio. He ends up having a romantic relationship with Cameron Diaz. And so the whole point of it is it's a fucking mess. And so I think what Tucker is correctly pointing out is that ethno-religious tribalism would destroy this country. If we went back to, I only care about Irish people, I don't care about Hispanics. I don't care about Hispanics, blacks, Jews, Hindus, Sikhs, Indians, whatever. This would all fall apart. It would all fall apart because basically I would have to walk around within my own country and I would have to be fearful and antagonistic towards other Americans for no other reason besides their ethno-religious heritage. And basically, like, not only do I think that's cringe, I think it's impractical. And I think that's almost a spiritual battle between Tucker and Nick right now, is Tucker saying like, hey, Jews are not a monolith. And if we return to ethno-religious tribalism, we're fucked. So we can be giga conservative and push people towards our worldview, but we cannot divide ourselves amongst these tribal loyalties except for when it makes sense. And I think what he said, when it makes sense, is if you're more loyal to Israel than to the United States, then you're not really an American and you can get effed. And that's a line that he's willing to draw. So I do find that interesting. I actually find that a worthwhile descriptive difference between Nick and Tucker is exactly what was just said. So I find that extremely interesting. Let's continue.
I don't know. Why not just say that?
Say what?
That. Why not make every statement about how Americans ought to behave applicable to all Americans? Like, it's the defense of universal values that will hold the country together, and the emphasis on parochial group values that will break it apart inevitably.
Because this is a particular issue and it's acute. Like I said, I think they are unique in that way. I think that's a unique issue, especially in the Republican Party, especially in the conservative scene.
So how would you like this all to be resolved?
What I would like is for...
This is the most important question of the night. I wonder how he's going to respond.
The U.S. government to not be influenced by these kinds of foreign allegiances, not with money that comes from, American citizens like Sheldon Adelson, not from foreign lobbyists. So, I mean, in terms of tangible things, I don't think we disagree on any of it.
No. That feels like a hiding the power level moment. I'm going to go back to one. No. He doesn't just say, oh, I want Israel to become just another country on the world stage, and I want, lobbying for Israel from American citizens to be limited. That's not what he says. What he says is he wants to dispossess Jews of political power, which sounds infinitely more intense than what he just said.
Registering AIPAC and FARA, banning dual citizenship. I'm basically in agreement.
I think 80% of the public agrees with those things.
So
that's kind of what gets me a little bit annoyed. It's like, these are, like America First, the concept, it's the most popular, self-evidently true idea you could have. Like, don't let foreign powers, especially tiny ones far away, control your country. Like, of course not. Mm-hmm. Everyone agrees with that on both sides.
Yeah.
So the trick is not to let that idea get subverted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think we agree on that.
But it's subverted when they're like, that's hate. No, that's hate. It's not hate.
Yeah. Well, and, here's what I will say. I think that there is increasingly a contingent, because what you're talking about exists. When you say that there are people that legitimately detract from this, there is legitimate racial hatred out there.
Big time.
And it's growing. And
I know
people on our side are afraid to talk about it because they know, like you said, they're going to get called a cuck or a squish or whatever. And I agree with you. The people that are detracting from that need to be called out. And I think there should be no harbor for cruelty, hatred, prejudice, those kinds of things.
And some of them, I'm sorry to be a conspiracy nut. I really try not to be a conspiracy nut because it's embarrassing, But after January 6th and just finding out the number of FBI personnel in the crowd, it's like, and I've just seen this. David Duke is a great example. Some of these are the Charlottesville rally.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Had a bunch of feds there.
Oh my God, I hate this mother. I saved myself. Dude, 274 FBI agents were dispatched after the riot. You numbnuts. Dude, this pisses me off so bad. I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but I'm going to spread some misinformation real quick. If 274 FBI agents were there after the rioting started, that doesn't mean that they were part of the riot, you dipshit. All you're doing is you're throwing red meat to your audience. Fucking hell.
Being like, we're white supremacists. We hate the blacks. You know, using the N-word, whatever. You know, it's like, that's not real. Like, there is some of that going on. Don't you think?
I think that
Nick has said it on his own show, you dummy. God, I hate this. All right, I'm going to 125. These guys are pissing me off.
I think that there's a lot of sincere people.
Well, for sure. Oh, I completely agree.
You know, and they're just numbskulls, and some of them are legitimately, they see the opening, that there's legitimate critique of this, and they see an opening to air out their grievances. They get a license to, they think it's okay now. And I do think it's important to differentiate and say that fundamentally, I guess the word that I would use, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is reassurance, because I think there's a legitimate, there is a legitimate need to reassure people. And this is kind of what I've been doing on these podcasts, that we don't want to harm anybody. We don't want to kill anybody. We don't want to harm anybody. Right. We just want to put America first. And I guess, you know, to the extent that I've been taken out of context over the years or things like that, I'm trying to set the record straight and say, you know, and I appreciate you've given me this opportunity. These are my real views. I'm not one of those haters, let's say.
Yeah. Well, I think people should be allowed to describe what they think. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's like a basic human autonomy question.
Yeah.
Like, if I want to know what you think, I should just ask you and let you talk. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
So who's going to be president? Who should be president next?
Who should be president? Well, yay, of course. Kanye.
You had dinner with Trump.
I did.
And Kanye.
Yes.
What did you think of that?
All right. I just want to show this real quick, because one of the things that I get frustrated with is the people believing that Jewish ethno-religious affinity for the mother country is unique. And it's not unique. 40 years ago, this would have been very, very, very relevant. Ireland, Israel, ethno-religious affinity. So I remember a conversation. I read a book when I was growing up called Trinity. And Trinity was by a guy named Leon Uris. Okay. And in this book, it talks about like late 19th century, early 20th century Irish revolutionary who grows up with like a loving father and loving mother who are not a part of the church, but they're hardworking and they're mistreated by the Protestants. And then as he grows up, he falls in love with a Protestant girl, and he gets into fights with, you know, Protestants. And there's basically like gang bar fights between Protestants and Catholics all the time. And then what ends up happening is the love of his life during a ethno-religious riot is murdered with hammers because she's a religious traitor for dating for having a consensual relations with a Catholic. And so as a result of this rage, he joins the IRA, probably before the IRA exists, and he helps raid an armory. And they steal a bunch of guns from the British government, and he gets killed holding the line against British troops. And so that's the story of Trinity. And so I read that growing up, and I was just thinking to myself, like, well, how fucked up is it that this guy is getting mistreated in his own homeland, right? Because this guy is Celt. He's, you know, he's a Celt. He's from Ireland. His people came here. They didn't colonize anyone. So why is this guy getting treated like shit within his own country? And why is ethno-religious bigotry leading to the murder of his girlfriend, right? And so for me, because of Leon Uris's, it's a fictional story, but still, like, it's obviously based on real world events. I had a Irish nationalist affinity. And somebody asked me this in my teenage years. They were like, hey, if you were born in Ireland, do you think you would be a part of the IRA? And I think I answered, yeah. I was like, yeah, absolutely. Because there are these people, they came to quote unquote my country. They are economically abusing and socially abusing quote unquote my people. And they're doing so through politics and force of arms. And it's unjust. And when something is unjust, you fight it. But what ended up happening was I'm not the only person who ever thought like that. Like there are millions, maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of Irishmen who have died fighting the British or died under unjust English rule over the past 200 years. And so as a result, that affinity is not alien to anyone. Like most people understand it instinctively. But what ended up happening, what's brought Ireland peace within the past 2 or 3 decades was not some glorious Irish reunification like predicted in Star Trek, where there was going to be an Irish unification in 2024 or something like that. What ended up happening was the Irish Catholics, they said, you know what? Maybe them being Protestant doesn't matter anymore. Maybe them being English doesn't matter anymore. Maybe we should focus on the internal development of Ireland more than we should focus on fighting the English in Northern Ireland. And as a result, Ireland has become a tax haven, basically, a international tech tax haven where a bunch of digital companies have moved their headquarters to Ireland so they could benefit from tax benefits in Ireland. That has then revitalized the economy of Ireland and made them one of the biggest tech hubs in Europe. So that's what happened here. It wasn't a force of arms. It was diplomacy and a go along to get along attitude that has completely revolutionized Irish English relations within the past generation. And so, and I'm pretty sure there were people during the 80s who were saying like, oh, this problem will never go well. This will never end. The IRA will never give up. The IRA will never give up land. And I'm sure the IRA said that. The IRA said, oh, well, we're never going to give up Northern Ireland. We won't stop until it's resolved. And so when you look at Israel and you look at Jewish loyalty to Israel, when you look at the people's denial of a two-state solution being possible or Arab Muslims and Jews being integrated, I think that we're doing so with full sobriety, looking at the current ethno-religious conflicts between Palestinians and between Jews. But I would still give it another century. And I think it's entirely possible that Palestinian Arabs, Arab Muslims, will be living in a unified Israeli state, and they will be to some degree second-class citizens, but they're going to be more focused on development, economic development, social development, human achievement, than they're going to be focused on, well, we need to destroy Israel and take it all back. So, yeah, see, and Trilkvit says 7 counties in Ireland still need to be free. Yeah, okay, good luck with that, bro. So anyways, my whole point is, when people say like, oh, Israeli ethno-religious affinity, or excuse me, Jewish American ethno-religious affinity for Israel is totally alien, I think it's bullshit. I think anybody with Irish background who knows Ireland's history could have a similar attitude to Ireland as Jews have for Israel. Anyways, long-winded point, but still a point. Your story isn't comparable at all. One was an ethnic and political problem. The Jews are unique in their history. Nick explains it later. I mean, I'll be happy to let him explain it, but isn't comparable at all. Obviously, it's comparable. They're intractable ethno-religious conflicts between multiple groups that don't seem to have any hope of ending. They're both ethnic problems. They're both religious problems. They're both political problems. The Jews are unique in their history, but that doesn't make sense to me. Conservative liberalism says the comparison in Ireland doesn't wash when you end it with unified Israel where Palestinians exist as second-class citizens. Yeah, but I think that's more likely. The Irish weren't persecuted for 3,000 years? Yeah, they were persecuted for like 500 to 1,000. When did William of Orange invade Ireland? When did William of Orange invade Ireland? 1690. So 1700 practically. 300 years. Yeah, so 300 years. And then when did the English invade Ireland? Might have been 1690. But I wouldn't be surprised. 1169. Yeah, so you have 800 years of English violence in Ireland. So yeah, maybe that's not 3,000, but 800 years is still a long time, bro.
It was surreal because those are my two heroes. Those are my two like number one heroes of all time. I've always been a Kanye West fan.
You like the music first?
Yes, the music, the fashion, everything.
Really?
Yes.
Do you wear those weird one-piece shoes?
I do.
You actually do?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like in public?
Yes. You don't think that's cool?
No, I don't know what I think.
I'll get you some.
I've worn the same clothes since high school. Don't ask me about clothes. I'm not good at that at all. That's hilarious. So, but you've always been a fan.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
huge fan.
You described your love for Trump, like since your
Yes.
childhood love for Trump. So what was it like to find yourself at dinner with them?
It was funny because it was literally Thanksgiving dinner. It was 3 days before Thanksgiving. So not only was it dinner, but I'm having Thanksgiving dinner with Ye and Trump at the same table. And these are like my heroes. And, the way that it went was sort of interesting. Ye is sort of shy. He deeply admires Trump. He loves Trump. And I like that about him because Ye really admires anybody that's an industrialist. He loves.
Justin says, have the Irish assimilated into English culture and American culture? The Gaelic language is almost extinct. Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree that there's a shitload of Irish assimilation into English culture. As a matter of fact, I would say I've been assimilated into the Anglo-Saxon project of the North American continent, the American project. However, what I would say is if you were talking about assimilation and violence 40 years ago, everybody would have been talking about the IRA. Everybody would have been talking about the IRA and how the problem was not going to be resolved.
Builders, visionaries, architects. He's very into that. So he has a deep regard for Trump. And so at the beginning, it was a little awkward because he wouldn't talk. And he was sort of shy.
Yay.
Yes. Which is surprising, right? Because he's so outspoken. But Trump was trying to get him to talk. And it was kind of like a boomer moment because Trump was trying to get him to talk about like opportunity zones. He was giving him like the black voter pitch, the black Republican.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, dude, like he's not that kind of Republican to say the least,
Fair.
At this point, I think people
So
know
what
that.
were you saying?
Well, so eventually, Trump didn't have a lot of luck with him. So he's kind of fielding the table and he's talking to me. And
Trump does like other people to talk.
yes. Well, he likes to talk too.
He does, for sure.
Yeah.
But he asks questions.
Yeah, he does.
More than you would think.
Well, he's a good guy, fundamentally.
Yeah.
He's a very warm guy. So he was asking
God, I just want the Epstein files to leak, bro. God, I just want them to leak.
everybody, what's up and who are you? And we got to talking. And, I guess it was going too well because I was being very complimentary of Trump. And Ye was kind of kicking me and saying like, a couple of days prior, we were talking about if Trump and Ye wind up on the debate stage, what is that going to look like? And I was coaching Ye like, these are his weak areas. Like, this is where we got to attack Trump. And so Ye was like, tell him what you were saying the other day. Tell him what you were saying last night. And I was like, dude, that's our playbook. Like, we don't want to blow up our... and Trump was like, go ahead. Don't be bashful. Tell me, what is it? And I said, you know what? I said, I think you're one of the greatest living Americans. I said, I'm a young guy. I said, I really have nothing to say other than thank you. I have nothing but gratitude for what you've done for the country. I said, it's really not my place, to give you advice or correct you. And he said, no, don't be bashful. Tell me. And the story that I brought up was, this was really what sent me. In the first Fox News debate in 2015, in the Republican primary,
Yes.
Bret Baier, the first question, said, raise your hand if you will not pledge to support the eventual nominee.
Yes.
And Trump raised his hand. Because that's what he was saying. He said, if I don't win, I'll run independent and I'll make Republicans lose. And so I brought that up and I told that story and I said, I feel like what was inspiring in 2016 is that you were willing to let the Republican establishment lose. Like you were serious about blowing them up such that you were not going to say, like Pat Buchanan, who I respect, but Sam Francis acknowledged that was one of his great mistakes, was ultimately endorsing Bush. I said, it showed you were serious. You were playing to win. Because you said, I will let this Republican Party crash and burn. I want to run as the Republican, but if I can't, I'll run independent. I said, and that's how I knew you were serious. And that's how I knew you were the guy. I said, and I feel like lately, this was right after Ronna McDaniel became the head of the RNC again. I was like, I feel like lately you're just behind all these people. I said, we're not here for Kevin McCarthy. We're not here for Ronna McDaniel or Mitch McConnell. I said, we are here for you. Like we will die for you. We are loyal to you.
Yeah. Listen, guys. If you're bisexual or homosexual, God bless you. I hope you find your partner. I hope you find somebody that you love and who loves you. And I hope you guys smoochy kiss. And I hope you guys hold hands and you get a small dog and you live together forever in happiness. Okay? That was gay. Okay? That was gay. That was gay. That kind of like monarchic loyalty grosses me out. Okay? Grosses me out. This is so fundamentally anti-American. Being involved. Why are you frowning? I said I hope you find your gay lover and you guys love each other forever. Oh no. What? Did we get taken out? What?
Said, and when you did,
My internet's still good. Let me know when we're back. I'm still here. Let me know when we're back. What? All right. Can you guys hear me now? Randy says back. Todd Sullivan, we're back. All right, cool. If you guys can hear me, okay. What's so interesting about that? I don't know if you heard that, but what ended up happening was Nick said, "We're not here for all of these people. You know, we're not here for Kevin McCarthy. We're not here for this guy. We're not here for that guy. We're not here for that. We're here for you, and we're ready to die for you." And what I said in a very long, drawn out term is I said gay. Okay. And the reason why I said gay, because, and this is what I said to you guys, but then you guys said that the stream was ripped, was that if you're homosexual or bisexual in my chat, good for you. I hope you find your gay lover. I hope you find somebody who loves you as much as you love them. I hope you guys hold hands and go on walks together and you get a little 20-pound dog and you live forever together. Okay. If you're gay, I want you to have gay happiness, gappiness, if you will. Having a legitimate political pundit who is large saying, "I'm here, we're here for you, and we're ready to die for you," is so gay. I would die for my kids. I would die probably for my wife. I would die probably for my wife. I would definitely kill for my wife. I'd probably die for my wife. Saying that you would die for another man that you're not related to, and that's gay. Okay. Let off the gay shit. Oh, you want me to do it more? No, that's it. That's all I was going to say. So I think that this is incredibly lame, incredibly weak. It's one of my biggest criticisms of the far right is this belief that some big, strong man is going to come hold your hand and walk you through life and make everything right. It's so fucking lame, man. That's so lame. So lame. All right. Let's let him make more points.
did that, that showed you could
If we get taken out again, let me know.
win. And we rallied. I said, so I want to see more like
I'm gonna keep the screen small, so hopefully we don't get taken out.
that. I want to see you hit DeSantis, let's say, who is running against him. And And he was like, oh, okay. He goes, oh, so you like that? It was right after he called him DeSanctimonious.
Yeah.
I said, that was awesome. You should have kept hitting him. He's like, oh, you like that? He goes, this guy's hardcore. I like this guy he was saying about me. And so I was trying to just get his mojo back, and, gas him up a little bit. And so that's how it went between me and him.
And what was Ye saying at this point?
Well, he was beaming with pride. Because Trump turns to him and says, who is this guy? This guy's great. And Ye was like, right? And I was like, this is amazing.
Did you call your parents from the parking lot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You'll never believe. Yeah.
I try never to think like, how will this be perceived? It's better just to like be as honest as you can be all the time. And, and honest people will.
Wait, so what was that lame ass Russian grocery store bit, Tucker? If you're trying to be as honest as you possibly can be all the time, then what was that lame ass pro-Russian propaganda bullshit with the grocery store, Tucker? What was that? Was that you being honest? You being shocked by Russia having cheap groceries? That was you being honest? What are we talking about here?
Respond, agree or disagree, but they'll feel your sincerity and your honesty. But there are always people who are going to like distort it. And I recounted basically the Christian gospel at Charlie Kirk's memorial service, and everyone's like, you're an anti-Semite. I literally didn't have one thought about Jewish people. It had nothing to do with that. It was whatever. So, but I was thinking about this
People don't typically die for laws and principles. They die for other people and what they represent. Yeah, but that's, you're saying that, Justin. But as an example, there's this beautiful song called The Battle Hymn of the Republic, or even the Crusades, dude. Like the Crusades were an idea. The Crusades were that Christendom is being threatened by the barbarian Muslim horde. They're invading and taking the Holy Land. The Holy Land is the place of Jesus. It's something that, Christian pilgrims keep getting ransacked and murdered by, Ottoman, Turkish brigands. And so it's the role of every dutiful Christian in Europe to go sack the Holy Lands, and then, not sack, but reconquer the Holy Lands. Same thing with the Republic of the United States. Like the revolution was absolutely about ideas. So I don't even think that's true. And same thing with the fight for slavery. That was purely about ideas. It's the concept of slavery. I don't think Irishmen were very excited to go fight for the freedom of black folk. I think they were fighting for the preservation of the Republic of the United States. So yeah, so like obviously like people fight for the man to their left and to the right, but people kill and die for all sorts of highfalutin ideas. So I don't know. I don't agree with you. I think you have an incomplete picture.
Conversation, which I'm sure I can't imagine in the ways that it'll be distorted, but I do hope that people who want to learn what's happening and who you are will watch the whole thing. It's probably naive hope that it won't be reduced to whatever you're saying something naughty and me laughing and see they're both Nazis. I mean, that's going to happen, of course, but I'm willing to take that risk because I just think it's important to know you're clearly ascendant. You're enormously talented, more talented than I am, for sure, as a talker. So, and they've, there've been a lot of attempts to silence you and it hasn't worked. So my calculation, I'll just be as blunt as I can be. It's like, do I want to have Fuentes on? Everyone's going to be like, but you're a Nazi just like Fuentes. Okay. But then I'm like, I don't think Fuentes is going away. Ben Shapiro tried to like strangle him in the crib in college, and now he's bigger than ever. So it probably would just be worth hearing what Nick Fuentes thinks. I just want to be transparent about my motives here.
Yeah.
So those are my motives. Let me ask you, I referred earlier to the assassination attempt against you, and it's very fashionable, among like the permanent victim class, like every, BLM leader was, they're trying to kill me, or Seth, whatever, from the Babylon Bee, people are trying to kill me. And people use threats against them, which are like daily for a lot of us, as a way to kind of make themselves unassailable or immune from criticism, or to attack their enemies. Your words inspired violence. What is stochastic terror? I can't even pronounce it. It's like some academic term, whatever. But you had a real assassination attempt.
Oh my God, you lying sack of crap. You don't know what stochastic is after a decade? That's baloney.
An actual one, which got no publicity that I recall. What happened?
Yeah, well, it was after the election last year. I put out this tweet and I said, your body, my choice on election night. And, I wasn't, look, I'm not going to apologize for it, but I thought it was like a weak, it's like a lame joke. It's kind of like the most obvious turn of phrase.
It's a college
like,
joke. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
So I had other good jokes that night, but that was like the one that caught on because I just think it captured the imagination of liberals who were like, it's over for us, you know, which it kind of is, you know, but in some ways. But so
I don't know how they're feeling about that in the past 24 to 48 hours.
Put that out there. I didn't even vote for Trump, but I put that tweet
out.
I didn't vote at all. I just recused myself. But that's just what makes it ironic because I became in some ways emblematic of the election, even though I didn't participate. But so it got 100 million impressions on Twitter. And people were saying on the news that kids were saying it in school. It was on like the news that in middle schools and high schools, the boys were saying that to the girls. Your body, my choice. So it became this thing where it's like, he's creating this toxic environment for women. So the internet lost its mind and people then started posting my address online because they were so unhappy with the tweet. And so on TikTok and on Twitter, a screenshot of my address, my phone number, all my personal information, it went viral. And when I say viral, I mean, there were multiple tweets that got 20 million views with my whole readout, all my information.
Like your actual address where you spend the night?
Yes, where I live, where I do my show, all of it.
Damn, did you know that?
Yeah, I started to see it. So the election Tuesday, obviously, it was like Thursday that my address starts blowing up. I was going to do a show Friday and someone shows up to my house. Some weird looking guy shows up to my house and just walks through the yard, walks through the gangway into the backyard and is just circling my house and then goes away. So we call the cops, me and my producer, and we said, maybe we shouldn't do a show tonight. And that weekend, we hired private security just for the weekend, like 200 people.
You didn't have security?
No, I don't have security. Well, I didn't then.
Of any kind?
I didn't have cameras or anything even. I had nothing.
Okay.
I was raw dogging it. Yeah, which was not smart.
Nice.
Smart, maybe, but never had a problem like that.
I've always lived that way too.
Yeah. But so that weekend, we hired a security guard just to park his car outside the house and monitor things. Literally 200 people came.
To your house?
Yes. Not all at once, but one after the other. Driving by, yelling, walking by, throwing eggs. Multiple people threw eggs at my house, ordering pizzas, ordering DoorDash, whatever, walking through the gangway. It was like a war zone. Like the security guard was yelling at people all night and it went on all weekend. And then it went on throughout the next week and the next weekend. And it was bad. I got out of my house. I went to a hotel for a week while this was happening, waited for it to blow over.
You do your show from the hotel?
No, I took a week off.
Wow. Did you announce any of this in public?
No, I had to keep it very...
Why?
I didn't want to track more of it.
Yeah.
You know, because if you say, oh, they're here, then people go, oh, no, we got to keep up the pressure, you know,
right.
or turn it up. And people at that time were talking about burning my house down. Like on TikTok, there were viral videos of people saying, we're going to burn his house down. And then they doxed my parents' address. People showing up to my parents' house.
I might have a little bit of a spicy take here, okay? Part of the reason why I would say I'm not as viral as these characters is because I'm telling you what I actually think. And I also have a more normie political perspective. In my more normie political perspective is that violence is bad, okay? And that violence might be necessary. Like you might have to detain people, incarcerate people, kill people, shoot people, spray mace in people's faces, tase people, but it should typically be a last resort. And I think what I find richly ironic and kind of stupid from this perspective is that Nick seems to like relish in ideas that imply violence. So when you say, oh, well, Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy, what you're really saying is National Socialism, one of the most violent ideologies of the early 20th century, was not only bad, but had arguably good things, and we should reinstitute it. That's the argument by inference that almost everybody makes. Same thing with Joseph Stalin. Oh, Joseph Stalin, one of the most murderous shitbags of the early 20th century. Oh, well, he wasn't that bad of a guy. Oh, okay. Well, clearly authoritarianism isn't that bad. You should be able to just kill your political enemies. So there's all this endorsement of violence by proxy. And when you say, oh, well, you know, we need to dispossess the Jews of political power in order for Christians to seize power within the United States again, there's, of course, implied violence there. You're going to have to legalistically prohibit an ethno-religious group from having political free speech, political freedom of conscience, the ability to engage in commerce, the ability to engage in marketing. So you're talking about like a total violation of the spirit of the Constitution of the United States. And if somebody goes against you in reference to that, you're going to have to use the violence of the state in order to tamp down on them. That's presuming that you're not hiding your power level. That's presuming that you just want to do what you want to say. So considering that he has all this like endorsements of violence by proxy, the fact that he is, freaked out by the fact that, oh shit, if I say the wrong thing and piss off enough people, people will come to my house. They will egg me. They will threaten to burn down my house, and somebody tried to kill me. I hope that's like a sober reality check for Nick. What he's talking about isn't cute. It's not funny. And by the way, I saw him reverse course on this. There was probably about 2 weeks there where he was being like a sober, pseudo responsible pundit. Yet last night before, he said something, he posted, or somebody was posting a clip on Twitter where they were like, oh, you think I'm a Nazi? Well, guess what? There's millions of us and they would kill for me. They would die for me. You want to say shit like that? Guess what? Shit could get very real very quick. So that's where Nick waffling between responsible rhetoric, which I think he largely adopted because he was afraid of being killed, now to jumping back to, oh, since I've been on Tucker Carlson, I'm big as hell. I'm getting sucked into the mainstream. I got a 1,000,000-man Groyper army and they'll kill for me. They'll die for me. It's like, I don't know, bro. I don't think you're the second incarnation of Hitler. I don't think you're the second incarnation of Stalin. Pretty sure you're a little bit smaller than that. And how do I say this? There's always a bigger fish than you. Always.
House. It got really bad. And eventually it just blew over. About a month passed. And at that time, so it was like late December. It's actually funny. It was December 18th.
Anonymous says, did I see Kanye apologizing to a rabbi? I did.
Remember, because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday. Oh, I'm a fan.
You're a fan of
Jesus Christ. Right here. This would be something to dig into.
Stalin's.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was an admirer. But we don't need to go into that.
Well, let's okay. Let's get back.
Well,
we'll circle back to that.
It was weird because the reason I mentioned that, it was almost like, because I woke up that day and I was like, oh, it's December 18th. And I was just like very acutely aware of like, today's like a strange day. This is the day that the attempt happened. And so nothing had been happening for weeks at this point. So the election's like November 3rd, month and a half has passed. Nobody's coming to my house anymore, rarely. And I'm doing my show like normal. And I'm reaching the end of the show and I see out of the corner of my eye, I get an alert from my Ring doorbell camera that somebody's at the...
Starhawk says, oh, so violent language is not a joke and is super serious now, eh? Starhawks, do you have autism? Do you have autism? I think you have autism. I think you got hardcore autism, bro. If Nick Fuentes said, if I was in a room with Destiny, Pol Pot, and Hitler, I would shoot Destiny twice. I don't think that is Nick Fuentes legitimately saying that he's going to hunt down and kill Destiny because I don't have autism. Okay. Whereas if Nick Fuentes says, I like Hitler, I like Joseph Stalin, Jews need to be dispossessed of power within the United States. I'm an authoritarian. I'm a Christian authoritarian. I'm a Christian theocrat. The Constitution is lame. The Enlightenment was a mistake. Liberalism was a mistake. Letting homosexuals out of the closet was a mistake. Trans people are an abomination. Black people are inherently criminal. Jews run the world. This, that, the other. What was the quote that was playing it all day, every day on the Twitter the other day? It was like, Jews run the world. Blacks are committing crime. Women vote against white male interest. If we had just put all these people back in their place, then we wouldn't have any problems and we would live in paradise. That was a quote that he was saying. I don't think he's joking. It is perhaps a joke in that it's kind of funny to think that you would be able to solve all of your problems just by pushing everybody into the closet. But I don't think he's joking at all. I think that in an ideal world for Nick Fuentes, most black people who committed any kind of crime would be incarcerated probably for life as a eugenics program. I think that if he was put in power, women would be second-class citizens, that men would be allowed to beat or maritally rape, or would be dispossessed of the right to vote, or would be dispossessed of sexual reproductive care. And I do think that he would want to rule as an authoritarian, where what he said went. And not just that, I think his admiration of Trump, his sincere admiration of Trump, is specifically because Trump has acted like an authoritarian. The reason why he said, I will kill for you. I will die for you. Other people would kill for you. Other people would die for you. I think it's because he loves authoritarianism. Like, what the fuck do you want from me, man? Yeah. And Kay is saying that, like, his moderation wasn't even sincere. He was just trying to appeal to as broad of a base as possible to suck as many people in. Yeah. Yeah, Trump almost got killed twice. Nobody's untouchable. Yes. Anyways.
Front door. And so I'm reading through my super chats. I'm going through live
You're
chat
on the air.
messages. Yeah, I'm live. And, I'm working through the messages and I'm keeping an eye on it. And I see that this guy has a loaded gun. The guy's
Start to laugh.
Yeah, well.
So you're live, and
yes.
you see that there's a guy with a gun outside your door.
Yes. He's got a motorcycle helmet and a backpack. He's got a gun drawn and he's knocking on the door yelling. And the thing is, I didn't want to tip him off.
See? Anonymous chatter gets it. Violence is just diplomacy through other means. Grill shala, baby. Dude, why do you think I cloak Clausewitz all the time?
That I knew he was there. Because I thought, I don't want him to get the drop on me or something. I just didn't want to give him any information about, because I don't know if he's listening to my show. If I start freaking out or cancel the show, I don't know. Maybe he knows more about my movements inside.
Okay, Starhawks. So, according to you, but according to other people in my chat, Jay Jones, the district attorney of Virginia, said that he wanted to kill his opponent and that he thought that conservative children should die or needed to die or something because conservatives don't pay attention to anything until it specifically affects them. Those are the two statements that he said. We both agree that that's what he said. Okay. Now, the reason why I would say that's hyperbole or jokes is because I don't think as a state attorney, he's going to be allowed to rule in a disproportionate political way. I don't think that the state constitution is going to allow him to do that. I also think that there will be almost zero chance. Like, I'll pay you $100. How about that? If Jay Jones murders a conservative in the next 100 years, or if he tries to legalize the murder of a conservative in the next 5 years in his office, then I'll pay you $100. However, pretending that Nick the Knife Fuentes, like, his rhetoric and his jokes don't line up, I think is absolute fucking cope. I think there's a reason to suspect that Jay Jones was being hyperbolic, and I think there's a reason to suspect why Nick Fuentes is not being hyperbolic. There's a substantive difference here, and if you didn't have autism, you would understand it.
So I keep the show going for a minute, and I wrap it up very quickly. I finish the show. My producer comes running in, and I say, "Who is that? What's going on?" And he goes, "Oh, I called the cops. They're here. The guy's gone." I said, "Okay, good." So I start getting changed out of my suit and I hear gunshots go off outside.
Damn.
Yeah. And I literally jump to the ground because I'm like, I don't know what's happening here. And I step outside for a minute after the dust kind of settles and there's 10 cop cars all up and down the street and they have the whole block locked down. Police tape everywhere. There's a dozen cops. Like I said, the whole block is shut down. The alley is shut down. And they go, "Get back inside, get back inside." We have no idea what's going on. We have no idea what happened. And they wouldn't let me or my producer leave until the morning. That's how late they were there. And finally, at the end of the night, after all the cops left, I came out in the very early morning.
Did no one come and explain any of this to you?
No, nobody said anything. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And finally, I go out in the morning and I asked the guy, "Oh, okay, what happened?" He told me the story. And so it turns out that it's this young guy. He's 23 years old, white nerd, short guy. He was at U of I, University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, about 2 hours south of where I live. He killed 3 people earlier in the day. He went to his roommate's house, college roommate's house, killed his roommate, killed the sister, the guy's mother, got in his car and drove directly to my house, parked outside my house, got out a .22 pistol and an automatic crossbow. Weird choice. And he knocked on the door.
I own that crossbow, by the way.
Which is where I saw him. He went around the house. He tried the back door, tried the front door, and the cops pulled up. He took off running through the gangway, hopped the fence, ran into the neighbor's house. I guess he went into the neighbor's basement because the door was unlocked. He was hiding from the police. He shot 2 of their dogs, which is devastating. He runs back outside, and the cops see him. He shoots at the cops. The cops shot him in the face, and he dies on the spot.
What was his motive?
They never told me. To this day, I have no idea.
They never told you?
No.
So what contact did you have with the police after this?
They came by about a week later. Illinois State Police came to retrieve the Ring camera footage of the whole incident. And so they had me download that onto a thumb drive. And that's it. I never heard from the cops, never heard from the government.
Not at all?
No, nothing.
A guy comes to murder you. He's murdered 3 other people and 2 dogs. He gets shot to death and no one bothers to tell you anything?
Nope, nothing.
I think because you're not really the victim here, right? Like the other 3 victims are the victims because they're dead. The people who had their dogs murdered are the victims because their dogs are dead. Whereas Nick had a guy who knocked on his door who was trying to murder him. But I mean, I think it's probably an open and shut homicide case. One of the craziest things that I ever did, by the way, was my first homicide. So my first homicide was crazy to me because I had a guy who was killed in front of me. He was shot down in front of me. My sergeant was doing CPR on him while I was, trying to hold his blood in, trying to apply pressure to his wounds. So this guy dies in front of me. And then I write the report for the homicide. And bear in mind, at this point, I'd been on the job for like 3 months. So I'd done like 1 billion traffic reports. I'd done like 1 billion burglaries. I'd done this, I'd done that. And my homicide report took 30 minutes because my homicide report was, I was at such and such location at such and such time. There were fights outside of such location that we were breaking up. There were shots fired in this general direction and this is the suspect vehicle that I believe I saw. And then I, rendered medical aid to such and such person, turned over medical aid to EMTs. EMTs declared that he was dead at XYZ ABC time. That was it. The homicide report was like 15 minutes. Whereas I swear to God, the burglary reports take forever because burglary reports you got to do arrived at such and such date, such and such time, made contact with such and such person. They wrote a sworn written affidavit stating XYZ ABC. XYZ ABC went ahead and verified physical evidence was similar to that. Here's an inventory of all the stolen items. And then boom, you got to list all the stolen items. So a burglary report could take like 45 minutes to 2 hours, depending on how much property damage there is and how much stuff is stolen. So all I'm saying now is that weirdly enough, homicides can oftentimes be more straightforward than property crimes from a reporting basis. What did I miss? Laugh my ass off. It's just Nick talking about the time that he was almost killed.
Is it really a country at this point?
No.
I mean,
it's ridiculous. And
so what was his motive? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Is this even a country at this point?
So he was like 5 ring camera footage of the whole incident. And so they had me download that onto a thumb drive. And that's it. I never heard from the cops, never heard from the government.
Not at all?
No, nothing.
A guy comes to murder you. He's murdered 3 other people and 2 dogs. He gets shot to death and no one bothers to tell you anything?
Nope, nothing.
Why was the stream nuked? Probably just because you were watching this and this is probably copyrighted.
Is it really a country at this point?
No.
I mean,
what? Is America a country because police were thoughtless during a homicide investigation? I hate this, dude. The only way that you could say this is if you're the most privileged motherfucker on the planet. I swear to God. That's the only way that you could say that. Talk to any black person on the wrong side of the tracks about their experiences with law enforcement and see if they care if a law enforcement officer not notifying them about the specifics of a case is something they even give a shit about. That is crazy. That is a crazy statement to make.
It's ridiculous. And
so what was his motive? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. So the story that I read online, because obviously the news followed up on this, and they said that, so he was like 5'5". I guess he was involved with drugs, actually, with his roommate. They sold drugs together, something like that. They had a falling out over the drug money or something like that. The roommate beat the shit out of him so bad he dropped out of school. He had this major falling out with the roommate, but they were close, had a big falling out. The shooter took him to small claims court over some money. And I guess this guy was just in a downward spiral. He lost his job. He got in a hit and run crash. And
Gen X, I was behind it. I just heard Connor say gappiness for gay happiness. So true.
And ran from the police. Then he was swearing at the cops when they showed.
Cameron Mosley says, I feel maybe violence as a diplomatic means can be used as justification to influence people without talking it out. Maybe I'm just a wussy. I don't know. No, that's not what I'm saying, Cameron Mosley. So what I'm saying, this is a quote from Karl von Clausewitz. All right. He's one of the greatest generals that's ever lived. Okay. So Clausewitz said that war is diplomacy by other means. And so what I don't like, maybe I need to do a drawing for this. File, new. Okay. We like to pretend, because we're stupid, that there is a firm line between violence and diplomacy. So let's put words / diplomacy, and let's put violence. And the reason why we do this is because in an ideal society, words and diplomacy should be an issue of first resort. Okay? I think we all agree with that words and diplomacy, you should exhaust that words and diplomacy. But you should exhaust words and diplomacy before you resort to violence. And so what a lot of people pretend is that words / diplomacy are divorced from violence. But that's not true. It's not true at all. It's never been true. Okay? Words and diplomacy exist on a spectrum with violence where what we're really talking about is where politics is power. Who, what, when, where, why you wield power. That's what it is. And so when you're talking about taxation is kind of a form of violence, because what ends up, and this is actually a libertarian argument, the reason why it's a form of violence is because if you don't pay your taxes for long enough, or if you ignore the federal government, eventually a state agent will come to your house and incarcerate you. That's why people say taxation is theft. Same thing with laws, speeding tickets. Speeding tickets have an implied threat of violence where if you do not accept or pay the speeding ticket, then eventually a state agent will find you and put you in a cage. And so while we always start with words, there can be words that lead up just to violence. And this is where, for me, Nick does this thing where, let's say that there's like the word violence spectrum. Nick gets right up to this line where he's saying stuff that is going to break into the violent spectrum, where he's like, oh yeah, like, you think I'm a Nazi? Well, there's a million of us. So if you come mess with me, then there are people who will kill for me. Those are people who will die for me. He does that. And by the way, I do that sometimes too. I tell you guys, if any of you come to my house and you threaten my family and you go after my family, then I'm going to do some very unpleasant things to you. I was doing that earlier. I was saying that Hassan Piker, if I had an opportunity, I would load him up into a trebuchet and fire him into the Caribbean. Now, am I going to engage in actual person-to-person violence with Hassan Piker? No. But if I could, would I? Probably. And so this is where, for me, like Nick, Hassan, a whole bunch of creators, they go right up to the line of where words become violence and then they back out at the last second. Whereas me, I'm like approaching it almost from the opposite direction, where I'm like, hey guys, violence is bad, but if you want to go that way, we can go that way. And from a legalistic perspective, you can do that. You can say, hey, I will engage in legal defensive violence. Words, violence spectrum. So anyways, my frustration is that people always want to appeal to violence being divorced from words. But the truth is that, like, if I say that I'm going to beat you up, but then I don't beat you up, I still engaged in words that were leading right up to violence, and then I backed off at the last second. I think we understand this.
Showed up to arrest him, And I guess his life just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I assume he took it out on the roommate and popped off, killed the whole family.
It's horrifying, but how do you fit into that?
So this is just my opinion, speculation. This is like a month after Luigi Mangione. He had on and the shooter at my house had on a motorcycle helmet and like a costume. And so I think he was maybe like a copycat of Luigi Mangione. He thought he was going to be like a hero and assassinate some.
Got you. Bob Smith says Clausewitz was a great theorist, but not an actual general. Gotcha.
Reviled political figure who was going viral at that time, being hated for that tweet. So I think that might have been the motive, but that's pure speculation. I have no idea.
I mean, it's a well-documented fact that all kinds.
Randy says, by this rationale, everything the government does is violence. Yep. Or it has the implication of violence. 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Bad actors use unstable people for political assassinations, right? It's happened. We know it's happened.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think this might be an example of that?
I don't think so, but it's certainly possible. The reason I say I don't think
it's kind of funny. I mean, I think of you as conspiracy minded, but you don't have a conspiracy in mind here.
No, because I really believe that when you look at all these things, and by these things, I mean these like really disturbing instances of violence like Luigi Mangione or Charlie Kirk or these school shootings, there is something going on with these kids. It's nihilism. It's these people that are maybe mentally defective, extremely online. I think there's like a real problem there. And I don't doubt that sometimes.
Yeah, Justin, that's where I think you're wrong. Randy says assault versus battery. So in the state of Florida, the quote, "I'm going to beat you up," is assault, which is considered a violent crime, whereas battery is actually physically striking another person. So threats have to be discerned, sure, but threats are still considered violent even if they're not carried out.
Times these people are involved with maybe a foreign government or they're being groomed or put up to it by an operative. But I think to assume that it's always that ignores that like there's a very real problem of nihilistic, surrealist violence that comes from young people. And, you know, like this guy killed.
True. Nick's being incredibly realistic about his own near murder.
It's a triple homicide out of nowhere. And then he tries to kill me. I think he just went crazy, but I could be wrong.
Describe the circumstances that have led to this violence. Like, how does a normal kid, young man, go from being a normal young man to being a murderer?
I think that it has a lot to do. If you read through all these stories, they always have a few things in common, which is that, and people have pointed this out, this is not new. SSRIs are always a big one.
Of course.
But what that points to is a depressive streak. It's always somebody that is a loner, socially dislocated, or socially dysfunctional. You know, they don't have many real life friends, engage in real life activities, slip through the cracks. That's always how it starts. Then they get into either they're medicated by a therapist with SSRIs or they self-medicate, which is extremely common with alcohol, weed, which is extremely potent now. And you can get THC from like a vape pen. So it's very powerful, very accessible. You know, when I was in high school, my stoner friends would have to like go on a walk to the park and roll a joint. Now with the vape, you can hit that anywhere, I guess.
Of course.
It's very discreet. They also do psychedelics. I think that's a huge part of it. And
how is that a huge part of it?
I think that a lot of them get turned on. They'll do alcohol, marijuana, and then I think they get into psychedelics like LSD or MDMA. And I think,
yeah, real quick. Justin says, interesting. Florida is a tough place. It sure is. It's not for the weak, faint of heart. Jonah says, Nick just described his average fan, laugh my ass off. Dude, that's what I was thinking the entire time he was talking. I was like, dude, this sounds socially disaffected, doesn't have very many friends, kind of a loner, sometimes self-medicates. Like, I understand, like, a lot of groypers would say, oh, we don't like doing drugs because that's degenerate. But tell me that there aren't some people who are groypers who smoke a healthy chunk of weed. Anonymous Chatter says, the threat of violence can have the same effect as someone imposing violence. If it's used to coerce actions and speech, what's the difference? Well, and that's what I'm saying. That's actually what I'm trying to say with the painting is once you get into threats and coercion, that's still speech, but it's not discreetly divorced from violence. And that's where I would say, you know, Tucker saying like, oh, you know, the SPLC, the ADL, they were saying that I'm a stochastic, you know, propagandist. I don't even know what stochastic means. It's like, dude, you could have Googled it and you would have known. Like, matter of fact, let's just Google it real quick. Let's be a little bit better than Tucker Carlson as a political pundit. Stochastic definition. Definition. Spelled that wrong, but that's okay. Randomly determined, having a random probability distribution or pattern that may be analyzed statistically, but may not be predicted precisely. So it's saying that it's the likeliness of occurrence is predictable, but you cannot make it predictable precisely. And so that's where somebody killing Nick could be argued to be stochastic violence, because Nick said something crazy on social media. Plenty of people started doxing him. All of his doxers knew that there was a chance that somebody would see his private information or his public information and choose to go do violence upon him. They knew that there was a chance. So they couldn't predict which specific person would go do a violent action, but they knew that by sharing his private information or public information, arguably, that they were increasing the chances that somebody would. Numinax renewed their membership. Thank you, King. MAGA Republicans are just now asking what happens when a Democratic president uses the powers we've given the office. Worse far-right violent rhetoric in the future? I have no idea, man. I got no idea, and I am worried. I am worried about the precedent that Trump sets, but I am hoping that like the adults will ultimately prevail. I'm praying.
Those things induce psychosis. These psychoactive drugs, whether it's marijuana by itself or it's LSD, I think they tend to induce psychosis and exacerbate those like existing problems. And basically what happens, I would say that is maybe the next step. And then the other ingredient that's always there.
Cameron Mosley says, thanks for explaining the diplomacy versus violence thing. My pleasure. I live to serve.
Is although they don't have a social life in the real world, they have a social life on the internet.
Yes.
And so they're deeply involved in obscure internet forums, Discord, gaming communities. So increasingly, ChatGPT is inducing psychosis. People talk to ChatGPT all day, all night. And you basically have between the three of these things, they kind of go into like a different world. Between the psychoactive substances, the make-believe reality of the internet, totally disconnected from the real world, I think they enter into like this delusional state. And I think that's where that shooter in Minneapolis, I think that's what that was. I think if Tyler Robinson is found guilty, there's been some interesting screenshots about him and his transgender boyfriend. It's the same story there, if that's true. And I would imagine it was not dissimilar with the guy that showed up and tried to kill me. I think those are always the ingredients that produce that kind of violence.
It's interesting, your audience, as I imagine it, I've never seen any of your numbers. I don't even know how big your audience is. It seems big to me, but I think of them as young men.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bulk of your audience, right?
Yes.
And yet here you are criticizing weed and video games and the internet, and you work on the internet. You are a creation. I mean, you wouldn't exist without the internet, of course. You didn't get a job at NBC News. So what kind of reaction do you get when you criticize weed, gaming, and the internet to young men?
A lot of them agree with it because they get it. It's their life. A lot of them, that's their life. Their life is, and another thing we didn't even bring up is the porn thing, which is there also. This is their life. Weed, gaming, porn. And I think they know it's bad. I think they know there's like some sense of guilt. And so it's interesting. I would say it's maybe an 80-20 split where 20% say, oh, you're against weed? Not cool, man. It's just a plant. Well, they're very defensive about it, about these addictions. And I think 80% say, I know I have a problem. Like I have a guilty conscience. I know it's bad. I know it's terrible.
Why are you against weed?
Because I think that it's compromises the integrity of your mental faculties. I think there's something deeply wrong with that. When you, I'm against alcohol too. I think it's wrong to numb pain. I think pain is a part of life. I think sobriety is should be experienced. And I think that weed is even worse because I think that, one, it's very dangerous. There's a lot of numbers now out of California and Washington that people are going to the hospital for psychosis. People are going crazy because of it.
It's also more subtle and therefore more insidious. You can't, I've done it. If you have a 12-pack for breakfast, everyone knows. But if you take a hit off the dab pen, nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use it all the time.
Yeah. And it makes you a loser. It makes you lazy. People that are addicted to weed are not motivated, don't care about anything other than weed. There's sort of an irony there where I used to hang out with a lot of stoners in high school. I never smoked weed, but all my friends did. And they were so chill and relaxed and didn't care about anything. But if you criticized weed, they would freak out and get extremely defensive.
Yes, I've noticed.
Right? If you insinuate that it's addictive, if you say it's a problem, they get very junkie behavior. And so I've always hated it. I think it's disgusting.
All right. Well, I still have, weirdly enough, I thought that we were going to get into more politics, who are you, all that kind of stuff. I know that there's still 30 minutes left, but I already gave them 2 hours in order to describe it. My wife is still a little bit sick, so I need to attend to the family, but I did want to give you guys approximately a full work day. We're not doing Valor Reacts today just because Dan Pace wasn't available. So unfortunately, we weren't able to do that. But I do want to shout out and thank everybody who supported the channel today. I also want to thank you guys for Wednesday. So basically what happened was Monday, we had an amazing day. Tuesday, we had an amazing day. Wednesday, not only did we have an amazing day, but also you guys helped out King Solidus. So King Solidus is a community member who is currently going through some extreme shoulder pain, extreme shoulder issues. And I think on Wednesday, we fundraised around $900. I'm not saying that we all did that, but I know probably 80% of it was this community. So he needs $2,000 for his deductible. I just plugged it in chat. So somebody just got hurt badly, so I probably need to go in a minute. But that was kind of scary. But thank you for supporting King Solidus. Thank you for supporting the chat. And then I also want to thank everybody here real quick. Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots Hegemon, Dumpster Buzzard, Tagaroon, Grassroots Hegemon with 20 gifted memberships, Shapingro with 5 gifted memberships, Grassroots again, Sacred Snow again, Grassroots again, and Numinax. Thank you for your financial support on top of your viewership and liking the stream and all that kind of stuff. And then I did just hear a scream from the other room. So I think I need to go help with that. But yeah, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. What we're going to do is I'm going to go help the wife. And then on Monday, we might have a smaller stream again. But what we're going to do is I think we're going to do more war stories and then we'll roll into the week. So yeah, it was awesome hanging out with you guys. I parasocially love you. I hope you have a beautiful day and I will see you guys on Monday. When's the next debate? I think the next debate is the 11th. So my wife has to do training. So at work, and then she got sick. So she wasn't able to complete her training. So it's kind of up in the air, but I think on the 11th, I'm doing another modern day debate and then we'll take it from there. So yeah. All right. I parasocially love you guys. I got to run. Have a great day. Bye for now.